Chapter 270. Chiba Mieko blushed in the face of the public criticism. However, she quickly regained her composure for the sake of Neon. She glanced around and said, "Mr. Gao, please answer a question for me." "Go ahead. Let's see what reason you have." Gao Fengwen said angrily. Chinese medicine has a long history. In ancient Chinese medicine, there is a saying that medicine, martial arts, and metaphysics are inseparable. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, he must practice martial arts. Am I right? As soon as Chiba Mieko finished speaking, the venue immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Fengwen's face. It was the first time they had heard that a Chinese medicine practitioner had to practice martial arts. This, Gao Fengwen, who had been filled with righteous indignation, was now speechless. Chiba Mieko was right. In traditional Chinese medicine, doctors of traditional Chinese medicine had to take a break from martial arts. At least, they had to have some internal qi cultivation. They didn't want to compete with others, but to save people with profound medical skills. The Yellow Emperor and the Plain Maiden were the originators of traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone knew that the two of them were great masters who rarely appeared in the world. However, Wuxia was not what it used to be. After thousands of years, even martial arts had declined. There were fewer and fewer warriors, let alone the martial arts cultivation of Chinese medicine practitioners. In Wuxia, there were very few Chinese medicine practitioners who still practiced martial arts. They could be counted on one hand. In any case, Chiba Mieko's question was right. Gao Fengwen could only nod and say, "Miss Chiba is right. There is such a saying." Chiba Mieko sneered and said lightly, "In this case, we are now at the Wuxia Ancient Culture Exchange. Is there any problem with me challenging the martial arts of Chinese medicine?" This. Gao Fengwen was speechless for a while. Although Chiba Mieko was obviously twisting words and forcing logic, he could not refute her for a while. Since you don't object, it means you agree. Now Wuxia has two choices. Either send someone to fight, or admit defeat on the spot. Also, I've said that the martial arts challenge of Chinese medicine practitioners must be a Chinese medicine practitioner. Chiba Mieko turned to look at Qin Haodong. Am I right, medical sage? Her last sentence blocked the path of martial artists from China. In other words, even if you were well versed in martial arts, you couldn't go on stage if you weren't a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The reason why he said so was that he was afraid of another warrior like Qi Weiner. After all, Wuxia was so big, who knew which one was a hidden master? Gao Fengwen was completely dumbfounded. He had wanted to compete with the Neon people with his medical skills and win glory for Wuxia traditional Chinese medicine. However, Chiba Mieko had taken an unconventional approach and made him unable to start. Under such circumstances, he could only turn his head to look at Qin Haodong. The young man who had been creating miracles was also a warrior, but he did not know if he was a match for Chiba Mieko. Qin Haodong sighed secretly. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. The Japanese woman was obviously targeting him. He took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "Since Miss Chiba insists on challenging martial arts, I'll play with you. However, the sword has no eyes, so don't cry when you get hurt." Chiba Mieko slowly raised the neon sword in her hand and made a starting gesture of the Neon One Sword School. She said seriously, "This sword is called the Thousand Blade. Please advise me, Mr. Qin." Qin Haodong smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Is it because I'm so powerful that you're jealous of me and want to take the opportunity to kill me?" Chiba Mieko's expression froze. Qin Haodong's words were exactly what she was thinking. For the long-term development of Neon, she had to get rid of the young man in front of her. "Mr. Qin, this is just a cultural exchange challenge. Please make your move." The audience was excited. They had only wanted to watch a cultural exchange competition, but they hadn't expected the content to be so rich. In the end, there was even a martial arts competition, which made them very happy. Dr. Qin, beat this woman hard. Dr. Qin, show the neon martial arts in Wuxia, the medical sage is invincible. Long live the medical sage. Although the audience were ordinary people, in their opinion, Wuxia martial arts had always been invincible. Naturally, they would not be afraid of a little neon woman. Qin Haodong stood on the stage with his hands behind his back and said, "You're a guest. I'll let you make 3 moves first." The neon woman's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the covert power. Although she had been trying to hide it, Qin Haodong could still see through her with his powerful spirit. Chiba Mieko stared at Qin Haodong with burning eyes, but she couldn't see through his cultivation at all. Qin Haodong practiced cultivation methods, so he looked no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, the 1,000 blade in her hand flashed and turned into a stream of light, chopping toward Qin Haodong's head. The strike was fast and fierce, full of killing intent. There was no intention of a competition at all. She simply wanted to cut off Qin Haodong's head. A cold light flashed in Qin Haodong's eyes. He tilted his body slightly, and the 1,000 blade cut from one side of his face. Chiba Mieko turned her wrist, and the 1,000 blade swept across his waist. Qin Haodong's expression changed, and he turned into a shadow behind her. Kill! Chiba Mieko suddenly pulled back her knife and performed a magnificent spinning chop. She was using a knife technique, which was fast, accurate, fierce, and domineering. At this time, she didn't look like a weak neon woman at all. She was a goddess of slaughter. Qin Haodong's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side of Chiba Mieko. After 3 moves, he punched Chiba Mieko's shoulder. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the covert power. Coupled with his rich combat experience from his previous life and the exquisite martial arts moves of the cultivation world, he could kill this neon woman in seconds. However, he had never liked to completely expose his trump card, so he had suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of the covert power. Even so, Chiba Mieko and Yagyu Hirai, who were watching the battle from below the stage, were surprised. Originally, they had thought that Qin Haodong's cultivation was at most at the 6th or 7th level of the overt power. They hadn't expected him to be similar to Chiba Mieko's. The two of them fought back and forth on the stage. Because Qin Haodong didn't want to show off too much, the fight lasted for more than 100 moves. Chiba Mieko was a little anxious. This was the last battle of Neon. If she lost, there would be no chance to save face. She held the knife with both hands and cried, "Qin-kun, although you are very good, it's not a disgrace to die under the 1,000 blades. I told you not to cry when you get hurt." Qin Haodong smiled slightly. He knew that the woman was going to use a killing move, but it was not a challenge for him. 1,000 blades. There was a flash of sharpness in Chiba Mieko's eyes. The 1,000 blades in her hand instantly turned into thousands of knife lights and stabbed at Qin Haodong. At this time, it seemed that she was holding thousands of swords in her hand. The whole thing surrounded Qin Haodong, making it impossible to tell which knife light was the real 1,000 blades. Yagyu Hirai stood up suddenly, his eyes full of excitement. Miss Chiba had actually mastered the 1,000 blades. She was indeed a genius of neon. On the Wuxia side, all the audience stood up and looked nervously at the stage. Under the knife lights all over the sky, they couldn't imagine how the young man could dodge. The knife lights flashed like lightning. Soon, the sky full of knife lights had disappeared. When everyone saw the scene on the stage again, the 1,000 blades had been inserted under Qin Haodong's ribs. Ah! Just when people exclaimed and thought that Qin Haodong had met with misfortune, they saw him smile and raise his hand to slap Chiba Mieko's lower abdomen. That's impossible. Chiba Mieko's face was full of horror. She couldn't figure out how Qin Haodong had found the 1,000 blades in the sky full of knife lights and put it under his ribs. But the truth was the truth. At this time, her 1,000 blades was tightly clamped and could not move at all. Just when she was hesitating whether she should abandon the knife, Qin Haodong's palm had already hit her lower abdomen. Her whole body flew backward in the air and fell to the ground with a plop. Chiba Mieko struggled to sit up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, she was defeated. What kind of monster was this man in front of her? He had single-handedly thwarted the perfect plan of the entire Neon country. Suddenly, she looked crazy and shouted at Qin Haodong, "What did you do to me? Where's my genuine qi? Where's my cultivation?" As a warrior at the 3rd level of the covert power, her elixir field was as still as an ordinary person's. There was no sign of genuine qi activity. No matter how hard she tried, there was still no reaction. My cultivation has been destroyed. This thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Chiba Mieko could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. As a genius of the generation in Neon, she had been accustomed to the admiration and worship of others. She couldn't accept the fact that she had become an ordinary person. "I told you not to cry when you're hurt. Why didn't you listen?" Qin Haodong said jokingly, "In fact, it's not a bad thing to lose your cultivation. You can be a good doctor in the future and find a good family to marry. Women are women. Why are they always fighting and killing?" He was not a kind man. Naturally, he would not be polite to those who wanted to kill him. It was very kind of him to destroy Chiba Mieko's cultivation. If it had not been for the fact that they were in public, he would have killed the Neon woman with his palm. "This knife is good. You won't need it in the future. Consider it my trophy." Qin Haodong stepped forward, took the scabbard from Chiba Mieko's waist and put away the 1,000 blades. Then, he said with a smile, "How about it? Do you want to continue? I'll kill you." Chiba Mieko shouted and rushed toward Qin Haodong. Although she was full of hatred, she had become an ordinary person from a warrior at the 3rd level of covert power. Without the support of genuine qi, she did not have the amazing speed she had before. In addition, she was seriously injured. After taking a few steps, she fell to the ground. This time, she felt sad again. She sat on the ground and cried. She looked like an ordinary girl who had been wronged. She had lost her previous arrogance. Qin Haodong looked at the pitiful Chiba Mieko and smiled coldly. There was no pity in his heart. If he had been the one who had been defeated, he would have been a dead body by now. He turned his head to look at the Neon team and shouted, "How about it? Are there any more doctors on your side who want to challenge?" There were many warriors in Neon, but Chiba Mieko was the only doctor who was proficient in martial arts. Yagyu Hirai's face was ashen. He waved his hand and asked someone to bring Chiba Mieko down. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to face reality. He could only choose to cry out painfully, "We admit defeat." Xian Duo held the microphone and announced, "In this cultural exchange meeting, the Wuxia delegation won all 5 battles and won the competition. Hooray!" There was a jubilation at the scene. Everyone from Wuxia vented their inner joy. Yagyu Hirai glared at Qin Haodong viciously and left the venue with his people. Chapter 271. The cultural exchange between Wuxia and Neon, which caused a sensation in the south of the Yangtze River, ended with the overall victory of Wuxia. That night, several departments that participated in the cultural exchange held a grand celebration ceremony in dreamy Jiangnan. The protagonist of the victory party was naturally Qin Haodong, who had suppressed the Neon nation with his own strength. After the celebration began, Guofeng, Gao Fengwen, and others frequently toasted him. Guofeng said, "Brother Qin, fortunately, I invited you today. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. I didn't expect the Neon to be so despicable. They can come up with all kinds of sinister ways." Gao Fengwen said with deep emotion, "It seems that this trip to Wuxia has been planned for a long time. The purpose is to make Wuxia lose face. Fortunately, we have the medical sage. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone present nodded. The Neon people used the ancient culture of Wuxia to challenge Wuxia. It was obvious that they wanted to humiliate Wuxia. If they lost to the Neon people in terms of their traditional culture, they would not even be able to get the bronze head of the 12 zodiac animals back. I'm afraid that they would never have the face to go out again. Fortunately, there was Qin Haodong on the Wuxia side. Not only did he win every challenge, but he also won very beautifully and happily. Gao Fengwen raised his glass and said, "Let's have a toast to celebrate our victory today. We should celebrate that our ancient culture has a successor. We should celebrate that Wuxia has the medical sage." After he finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses together and drank up the wine in one gulp. The celebration continued. Hua Mingrui, the tea fairy, came to Qin Haodong's side in a black cheongsam. This woman's figure and temperament were simply tailor-made for the cheongsam. She had a unique beauty when she wore it. "Dr. Qin, let me toast you." Hua Mingrui raised the goblet in her hand and gently touched Qin Haodong's. Then, she took an elegant sip. She put down the glass and said, "Dr. Qin, I was born in a tea ceremony family. My grandparents were tea ceremony masters. Under their influence, I began to learn tea ceremony at the age of 5. I made some achievements at the age of 10 and won the title of tea fairy at the age of 20. All these years, I have never admired anyone in tea ceremony until I met you today. Regardless of whether it is my grandparents or I, no matter how hard we try, we are unable to step into the realm of pervading fragrance. I would like to become your disciple and learn the art of tea, is that possible?" After that, she looked at Qin Haodong with a pair of big watery eyes. This request surprised Qin Haodong a little. He said, "Miss Hua's talent in the tea ceremony is far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as you continue to work hard, you will definitely succeed in the future. It's only a matter of time before you enter the pervading fragrance field. Mr. Qin, you haven't said whether you're willing to accept me as your disciple or not. Could it be that my aptitude is so dull that I can't enter your eyes?" "That's not what I mean." Qin Haodong said awkwardly, "Actually, I don't know anything about the tea ceremony. All I know is how to make tea." Hua Mingrui's face turned cold and she said, "Dr. Qin, you can refuse me, but you can't lie to me. How can someone who can make the pervading fragrance not know the tea ceremony?" Qin Haodong scratched his head and said, "Well, would you believe me if I told you that I was born with it?" He really didn't know the tea ceremony. The reason why he could make the pervading fragrance field was that he used Emperor Greenwood's ability to control the characteristics of plants to stimulate all the fragrance of the tea leaves. But if he was asked to make the pervading fragrance field with the tea ceremony of ordinary people, he really couldn't do it. However, Emperor Greenwood's ability to control plants was innate, so he really couldn't teach Hua Mingrui. Born with it? Is there such a talent? Hua Mingrui was surprised at first, and then she thought of Qin Haodong's clumsy performance when making tea. He really didn't look like a tea ceremony master, and there was no need for him to lie to her. Thinking of this, she believed him a little. But what kind of person was he? He could actually make the pervading fragrance field with his instinct. How could they, who had worked hard to practice the tea ceremony, accept this? "Miss Hua, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now." Not only did Qin Haodong say goodbye to Hua Mingrui, but he also left the celebration party. Now that he had an upper-level spirit stone in the storage ring, he was eager to go back and improve his cultivation. He hurried home. As soon as he arrived at the living room, the lights in the living room were turned on before he could turn on the lights. Under the light, Yagyu Ai, who was wearing a loose kimono, stood there. "Why are you here?" Qin Haodong asked in surprise. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Qin. Please forgive my sudden visit." Yagyu Ai trotted to Qin Haodong in her wooden clogs. She bowed first and then said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, your performance today is really amazing. Whether it's the tea ceremony, painting, or music, you have reached the peak. Even Miss Chiba Mieko is no match for you. You are so powerful and admirable. Qin Haodong had 500 years of experience. Of course, he was not a little boy who would get complacent after hearing a few good words. He said lightly, "What do you want? Just say it. Mr. Qin, you know that we Neon people worship the strong most, so I want to stay with you." Seemingly afraid that Qin Haodong did not understand what she meant, Yagyu Ai explained with a red face, "The biggest characteristic of our Neon women is obedience. As long as I stay with you, you can do whatever you want." Such explicit words, coupled with her bashful baby face, any man would be able to understand the meaning behind it. "I'm sorry, Miss Yagyu. I already have a girlfriend. Please go back." Yagyu Ai did not expect that Qin Haodong would refuse her like this. After a slight shock, she said, "Mr. Qin, let me follow you. You may have misunderstood. I don't need to be your girlfriend, nor will I be jealous. Just let me be your slave." Slave. This word could easily make a man blush and arouse his desire to conquer. Moreover, standing in front of him was Yagyu Ai, a Neon woman with a good figure and temperament. Qin Haodong did not speak. He seemed to be a little hesitant about Yagyu Ai's words, as if he was a little tempted. "Mr. Qin, I'm still a virgin. I'll satisfy you." Yagyu Ai began to undress. When the wide kimono was separated, Qin Haodong's eyes suddenly widened. There was nothing under the kimono, and the graceful scenery inside began to crazily ravage his eyes. Novelty, excitement, beauty, sexy, desire, and many other words combined made his nostrils heat up and almost make him have a nosebleed. "Mr. Qin, although it's my first time, I've learned a lot of skills in this area. I'll definitely satisfy you." Yagyu Ai's kimono fell directly to the ground. Then, she lifted her jade-like legs and slowly walked to Qin Haodong. She stretched out her smooth white arms and put them around his neck. "Mr. Qin, I admire you so much. Today, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want." Yagyu Ai put on a look that said, "Little man, did I come at the wrong time? Should I pretend that I didn't see anything?" She was startled and quickly covered her private parts with her hands. She turned around and saw a woman in white in the living room. The woman was extremely beautiful and charming, as if she could affect a man's mind with every move. Although she was wearing clothes, she was 10 times sexier than the naked Yagyu Ai. It was Hu Shaoxian. She giggled, looked at the kimono on the ground, and said to Qin Haodong coquettishly, "Little man, I haven't been home for a few days, and you've been stealing food. Your taste is getting stronger and stronger. You even brought a Neon woman home. Are you so hungry that you can't be choosy?" Qin Haodong spread his hands helplessly. "I didn't ask her to come. She came to me on her own initiative. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I don't have any feelings for her at all. I was about to drive her away." You're such a bully." Yagyu Ai stood there naked and was constantly criticized by the two people. She showed an extremely aggrieved and tearful expression, then turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, she turned back and opened her sexy little mouth, shooting a black light directly at Qin Haodong's face. "Little devil, you've shown your tail so soon." Neither of them seemed surprised by Yagyu Ai's assassination. Qin Haodong turned his head and the black light hit the wall behind him. It was a black silver needle, which had penetrated more than half of the wall. It could be seen how powerful it was. At the same time, Hu Shaoxian had reached out and grabbed Yagyu Ai's neck. She would not show mercy to someone who wanted to assassinate Qin Haodong. With a slight force, Yagyu Ai's neck was broken and she fell to the ground with a thud. Yagyu Ai had just died, and Qin Haodong had not yet stabilized his footing. Suddenly, a black sword stretched out from the darkness and suddenly turned toward Qin Haodong's back. At this time, Qin Haodong had lost his center of gravity, so it was impossible to dodge. He stretched out his right hand, and Chiba Mieko's 1,000 blades appeared in his palm. Then, his left foot touched the ground as an axis, and his body spun violently, using a roundhouse chop. The 1,000 blades collided with the sword behind him with a clang. The sword bounced more than a foot high and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Ninjutsu. It's a neon ninja. After Hu Shaoxian shouted, she was on full alert. Qin Haodong did not stop. The 1,000 blades in his hand once again turned into a silver rainbow and fiercely pierced the void on the left. With another clang, a neon ninja dressed in black appeared. It was Yagyu Hirai, whom he had just met in the afternoon. He took a few steps back, looked at Qin Haodong with a look of horror, and asked, "You broke my ninjutsu. How did you find me?" "It's just a little ninjutsu. Don't make it sound so awesome." Qin Haodong did not care at all. With his powerful spirit, even the most brilliant ninjutsu could not hide. While speaking, the 1,000 blades in his hand chopped toward Yagyu Hirai's head. The attack was fast and fierce, like a lightning strike from the sky. It was too late for Yagyu Hirai to dodge. He could only wave the sword in his hand to block it. With a clang, the sword and the 1,000 blades collided again. This time, Qin Haodong used all his strength. Yagyu Hirai was cut 6 or 7 meters away with the sword. He slammed into the wall behind him and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yagyu Hirai did not even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cried in horror, You! Aren't you at the 3rd level of the covert power? How can you be so powerful?" Tonight's assassination was planned by him. First, he had asked Yagyu Ai to seduce Qin Haodong. It would be best if he could kill Qin Haodong in bed. If not, he would assassinate him at the end. Qin Haodong had shown that his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the covert power. He was also at the 3rd level of the covert power. With the same cultivation and his hidden skills, he was confident that he could kill Qin Haodong. Chapter 272. However, he didn't expect that all of this was fake. Qin Haodong's genuine qi was so powerful that it directly injured his internal organs. Qin Haodong's cultivation was at least level 5 of covert power. Qin Haodong made a beautiful knife flower in his hand and said jokingly, "Can't I hide my cultivation? Bite me if you can't. Cunning Wuxia man, I'll kill you." Yagyu Hirai roared, waved the knife in his hand, and rushed to Qin Haodong again. He was also a favored son of heaven in Neon. He was the heir of the Yagyu family and could be ranked in the top 10 of the younger generation. Originally, he wanted to stabilize his position as the heir by planning this trip to Wuxia. Unexpectedly, he met Qin Haodong in Wuxia and was played by him. He had lost 5 games at the cultural exchange meeting. He had lost all his face and wanted to regain his face through this assassination. He didn't expect that Qin Haodong would not only break his ninjutsu, but also have a higher cultivation than him. Under the repeated blows, Yagyu Hirai, who was proud and arrogant, was in a crazy state. He wanted to die with Qin Haodong. However, dying with Qin Haodong required not only courage but also ability. It was impossible for him to die with Qin Haodong. Yagyu Hirai's knife did not hit Qin Haodong with all his strength. On the contrary, Qin Haodong's 1,000 blades cut off his arm. His arm fell to the ground with a clang, and blood gushed from the broken arm. The severe pain made Yagyu Hirai withdraw from his violent state. His anger turned into fear. He looked at the 1,000 blades dripping with blood in Qin Haodong's hand and shouted, "You destroyed Chiba Mieko's cultivation and cut off my arm. The Yagyu family will never let you go. You're about to die, but you're still talking big. Show me what you can do. I'll take it, but you won't be able to see it." Go report to the king of hell. Qin Haodong was about to kill Yagyu Hirai. Hu Shaoxian stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, this guy is still useful to us. What's the use of such a waste?" Qin Haodong said. "No matter what, he is the young master of the Yagyu family. He still has something in his mouth. I'll take him back to play for a few days. I'll send him back to you after I've used him." Qin Haodong put away the 1,000 blades and said, "As you wish. Thank you for giving me face." Hu Shaoxian leaned over and kissed Qin Haodong's face with her plump body. Then she said in a low voice, "Did killing the neon woman ruin your plan? Don't be sad. I'll compensate you after I'm done with my work." Forget it, you don't have to pay." From the moment Yagyu Ai appeared, Qin Haodong had felt her killing intent, so he had been on guard all the time. How could he have a relationship beyond friendship with her? "No, we still have to pay." Hu Shaoxian said, "But now I have to trouble you to stop this guy's bleeding, or it will be dry before we arrive." "Where are you taking him?" "Back to the capital." As Qin Haodong spoke, he reached out and hit several acupoints on Yagyu Hirai. First, he sealed his cultivation, and then he helped stop the bleeding on his shoulder. No need. If he was the master of the Yagyu family, I would take him back to the capital. He is just a nobody, so I can deal with him in the Jiangnan branch. Hu Shaoxian grabbed Hirai's other arm and walked straight out of the door. Yagyu Hirai, who weighed more than 50 kilograms, was like a light chicken in her hand, as if he weighed nothing. After she left, Qin Haodong dragged Hirai's arm and Yagyu Ai's body into the bathroom. He turned them into a mass of black ash with the body melting powder and flushed them into the sewer. At Jiangnan Airport, a private charter plane was parked on the runway. The relevant facilities and staff of the airport were ready for takeoff. The pale-faced Chiba Mieko and Yagyu Shizukumo were sitting in front of the cabin. They were in the same boat. Both of their cultivations had been destroyed by Qin Haodong. A neon person, who looked like a secretary, ran to Chiba Mieko and said, "Miss Chiba, the airport has given us the last notice. If we don't take off in 10 minutes, we will miss today's departure time. We can only go back to Neon tomorrow." Although they were using a private charter plane from Neon, they had to follow the arrangements of the airport to use the Wuxia airport and the scheduled route. Chiba Mieko sighed and said, "Inform the airport that we will take off in 5 minutes." The secretary agreed and went to contact the airport. Yagyu Shizukumo said, "Miss Mieko, the young master hasn't come back yet. Is it appropriate for us to go back now?" Chiba Mieko said, "Yagyu-kun made the final arrangements before the assassination. If they don't come back at the scheduled time, he asked us to fly directly back to Neon and ask the master for help. It's an hour later than the scheduled time. It seems that the assassination did not go well. Yagyu-kun must have encountered trouble." Yagyu Shizukumo said with hatred, "That hateful Wuxia man. Can't the young master kill him with his cultivation?" Chiba Mieko did not speak. She was not optimistic about the assassination. The strength that Qin Haodong had shown was so amazing that people could not see his bottom line. The entire Yagyu family's trip to Wuxia had been ruined by such a person. However, after her cultivation had been destroyed, she was full of hatred for Qin Haodong, so she did not stop Yagyu Hirai. It seemed that the assassination plan had failed. 5 minutes later, their plane took off and went straight in the direction of Neon. At the headquarters of the Yagyu family in Neon, Chiba Mieko was kneeling on the ground. In front of her was a neon man in a kimono. Although he did not look tall, he had a superior aura. He was Yagyu Shinji, the master of the Yagyu family. "Mieko, where is Yagyu Hirai? Why don't I see him? Is it because of this failure that he has no face to come to see me?" Nowadays, communication was extremely advanced. Yagyu Shinji had already received the report of the failure of the challenge against Wuxia. He had even watched the whole video of the game. Chiba Mieko told him how Yagyu Hirai had planned to assassinate Chin Haodong. Finally, she said, "Master, Yagyu-kun has not come back. Maybe he is dead. It's all my fault. Chin Haodong destroyed my cultivation. Otherwise, I would have probably succeeded by fighting side by side with him. Bastard, the Wuxia people have gone too far." Yagyu Shinji smashed the tea table in front of him. Yagyu Hirai was his favorite son. Otherwise, he would not have made him the heir of the family. Now that his life was uncertain, how could he not be angry? However, he was the master of the family after all. He quickly calmed down and said, "Mieko, you can't blame this on yourself. Blame Chin Haodong." Chiba Mieko said, "Master, you must find a way to get rid of this person. If he grows up, he will definitely be a big problem for our Neon country. Go back to your teacher and rest in peace." Yagyu Shinji said with a ferocious expression, "This Wuxia man must die. No one can live well after provoking our Yagyu family. Patriarch, I'm counting on you." Chiba Mieko stood up, bowed to Yagyu Shinji, and then left the room. Yagyu Shinji thought for a moment and said to the attendant at the door, "Go and get Yagyu Waka for me." The attendant answered and left. Soon, a neon warrior in his 30s appeared in front of Yagyu Shinji. He was Yagyu Waka, one of the top 10 ninjas of the Yagyu family. The ninjas of Neon were also divided into levels. Each ninja had a cherry blossom mark on his collar. One cherry blossom was equivalent to a warrior between the first and third level of the covert power in Wuxia. 2 cherry blossoms were equivalent to a warrior between the 4th and 6th level, and 3 cherry blossoms were equivalent to a warrior between the 7th and 9th level. Yagyu Waka had 3 cherry blossoms on his collar. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the covert power. Yagyu Waka bowed and asked, "Master, what can I do for you?" Yagyu Shinji briefly introduced the situation in Wuxia and said, "Take some people to Wuxia immediately. You must find a way to save Yagyu Hirai and cut that Wuxia man into pieces." "Yes, I promise to complete the task." An hour later, hundreds of ninjas of the Yagyu family were on a plane to Wuxia. The lineup for this trip to Wuxia was extremely large. There was a Sanhua ninja, 2 Sanhua ninjas, 2 Sanhua ninjas, 40 middle-level ninjas, and 50 low-level ninjas. This was almost half of the strength of the Yagyu family. It could be seen that Yagyu Shinji was extremely angry. Chin Haodong knew nothing about all this. After dealing with AI Yagyu's body, he excitedly took out the upper-level spirit stone he had taken from the bronze head of the 12 zodiac animals. The room was immediately filled with abundant spiritual chi. Currently, the middle-level spirit stone had little effect on his cultivation. If he wanted to break through quickly, he could only rely on the upper-level spirit stone. He held the spirit stone in the palm of his hand and began to practice. With the successful operation of the Aoki Hall, the spiritual chi in the room rushed to his body like rivers flowing into the sea, turning into a trace of genuine chi and converging into his dantian. Time passed little by little. He didn't wake up from his cultivation until the sky turned white and the golden rooster crowed. Looking at the upper-level spirit stone that had become powder in his hand, he couldn't help but shake his head. The higher his cultivation, the greater his need for spiritual chi. The last upper-level spirit stone had been used by him, the little fellow, and Hu Shaoxian, and they had directly promoted their cultivation from the 9th level of the overt power to the 5th level of the covert power. This upper-level spirit stone was used by him alone, but he had only been promoted from the 5th level of the covert power to the 9th level of the covert power. He hadn't touched the threshold of the supreme power realm. It seemed that if he wanted to form the gold elixir and restore his cultivation to the supreme power realm, he would at least need to find another upper-level spirit stone. When they arrived at the Lin's villa, the little fellow had just gotten up. The father and daughter were intimate for a while. Lin Momo said, "You left the factory building to me. Where did you go yesterday?" Qin Haodong said with a smile, with a capable wife like you, I don't need to do anything. Besides, I can't help you with this kind of thing. Bah! How can you be so unreasonable when you don't have to do anything? Lin Momo spat, but she was very happy with his words. She said with a happy face, I have good news for you. There is progress in building the factory. So fast. Have you chosen the location? Not only has the location been chosen, but we even have a factory. Lin Momo said excitedly, there is a traditional Chinese medicine factory for sale. We didn't get involved in the pharmaceutical industry before, so we didn't know much about it. The factory has been sold for 2 years, and no one has taken it over. In fact, the factory is very new, and the production line is not backward. It just went bankrupt because of improper management. As long as we get this company, the blood revival oral liquid can be put into production immediately. Qin Haodong said excitedly, really? That's great. What we need most now is time. After thinking about it, he asked, how much money do we need to get this pharmaceutical factory? Chapter 273. Lin Momo said, we didn't use too much money, only 500 million yuan. That's at least 300 million yuan less than we expected. How could it be so cheap? Qin Haodong was quite surprised. Lin Momo said, now the traditional Chinese medicine industry is being suppressed by Western medicine, and that's why the original traditional Chinese medicine factory went bankrupt. Who would take over such a factory when the overall traditional Chinese medicine industry is in a slump? That's why they haven't been sold for 2 years. Qin Haodong sighed. This was both good and bad news for him. Fortunately, he could take over the pharmaceutical factory at a lower price and soon open his Tangmen traditional Chinese medicine company. The bad news was that the traditional Chinese medicine industry was in a slump. It seemed that there was a long way to go to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine. The two of them sent the little fellow to kindergarten and then rushed to Lin's group together. Lin Momo said, we're almost done with the preparation work. I'm going to hold a press conference on the establishment of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company tomorrow. Today, we have to contact the major media and do some preparatory publicity work. Qin Haodong nodded and said, the sooner the better. Hurry up and build our pharmaceutical factory and put the medicine into production. The sooner the blood revival oral liquid enters the market, the more people will be saved. Otherwise, many patients will die of leukemia every day. The two of them talked about the factory and stopped in front of the gate of Lin's group. As soon as they got out of the car, a group of reporters immediately surrounded them. Dr. Qin, we're reporters from Jiangnan Metropolis Daily. I want to ask why there is no follow-up news about the blood revival oral liquid you developed. Is it because the treatment is not effective? Dr. Qin, I'm a reporter from Jiangnan TV station. I want to interview you about the blood revival oral liquid's ability to cure leukemia completely. Dr. Qin, I'm a reporter from Jiangnan Gossip News Network. I want to ask why your blood revival oral liquid stopped producing after treating 100 patients. Are you doing hunger marketing? Do you want to sell it at a sky-high price? Qin Haodong hadn't expected to meet so many reporters as soon as he got to work. He said, don't worry, everyone. The blood revival oral liquid has no problem with leukemia. Now I've cooperated with Lin's group and will soon produce it in quantity. As soon as he said that, many reporters started asking questions. Everyone was eager to express their own questions. Qin Haodong said, don't worry, everyone. I know you have a lot of questions, but Lin's group has scheduled a special press conference on the establishment of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company at 9:00 tomorrow morning. President Lin and I will answer your questions on the spot. Please go back today. After that, he waved his hand. Saber and the others immediately came over and escorted Lin Momo into the building of the group. The reporters knew about the press conference tomorrow, so they no longer pestered her and went back to prepare. Wang Rubing was in a good mood these days. Li Donghai didn't bother her again after being driven away by Qin Haodong. But when she was about to get off work, her phone rang. It was Li Donghai. She felt a headache when she saw the 3 words on the phone screen. She was sick of Li Donghai, but no matter what, he was still her cousin. She could not block him completely. In desperation, she pressed the answer button and said in a cold voice, "What's the matter?" Li Donghai's helpless voice came from the other side of the phone, "Rubing, what's the matter? Are you not happy to answer my call?" Wang Rubing didn't want to say a word to such a person. She said coldly, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up." "If you have something to say, don't hang up." Li Donghai said, "I was wrong a few days ago. I want to invite you to dinner tonight and apologize to you in person." "You want to invite me to dinner? Do you want to borrow money from me again?" "I'm telling you, you've borrowed all the money, and I haven't received this month's salary yet." Li Donghai said, "You're right. I'm rich now. If you need money, just tell me. 30 or 20,000 yuan is not a problem at all. Just take it." Wang Rubing was confused. She didn't know whether what the rogue said was true or not, but it didn't matter to her. She said, "It's better if you don't need money. You don't have to invite me to dinner or apologize to me. Just don't harass me in the future." Seeing that Wang Rubing refused, Li Donghai quickly said, "Don't, Rubing. I sincerely apologize to you this time. You have to accept it, or I'll wait for you downstairs." Wang Rubing had no choice but to say, "Well, where are we going to eat?" "Room 302 of Milan Restaurant. I've booked a room. I'll be there soon." Li Donghai hung up the phone excitedly. Wang Rubing put away her phone. She was a little confused by Li Donghai. She couldn't understand why he suddenly seemed to be a different person. Did he really change? She wanted to call Qin Haodong, but she put her phone away after taking it out. Recently, Qin Haodong had been troubled by too many things. Moreover, it was not a big deal for Li Donghai to call her. At most, he would ask for a meal. At worst, he would borrow some money from her. Thinking of this, she drove straight to Milan Restaurant. When she arrived at room 302, she didn't see Li Donghai. She took out her phone and was about to call Li Donghai. Suddenly, she felt someone covering her mouth from behind. Then, everything went black and she lost consciousness. Qin Haodong had been working all day. When he was about to go to find Lin Momo, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out the phone and glanced at it. It was Chi Weiner. He pressed the answer button and heard her say weakly, "Haodong, come and have a look. I'm sick. I feel terrible." "You're sick? How is that possible?" Qin Haodong was a little surprised. He knew very well how strong Chi Weiner's body was. She had taken so many elixirs from him. Her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of covert power. She shouldn't get sick easily. On the other side of the phone, Chi Weiner said discontentedly, "What's wrong? I'm also a human. Why can't I get sick? Come and see me." "Well, don't worry. I'll be there now." Qin Haodong hung up the phone. He said goodbye to Lin Momo and drove directly to Daddy Security Company. Since Chi Weiner had been living here, Naylan Wushuang specially arranged a suite with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room for her. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. It was no different from an ordinary home. When Qin Haodong entered the door, Chi Weiner was wearing a floral home dress and an apron around her neck. She was carrying dishes from the kitchen to the table. Seeing her lively appearance, Qin Haodong said with annoyance, "Didn't you say you were sick?" "Yes, I'm really sick. Feel my pulse if you don't believe me." Chi Weiner pulled Qin Haodong to sit down on a chair and then put her white hand in front of him. Qin Haodong reached out his right hand to feel her pulse. He quickly let go and said, "You're sick. Even a cow is not as strong as you. Don't make such a joke again. That's so vulgar. I'm a beauty. How can you compare me to a cow?" Chi Weiner said and suddenly sat on Qin Haodong's lap. Then she reached out and put her arms around his neck. She blushed and said, "In fact, I'm really sick, but it's lovesickness. I suddenly recovered from the moment you came in." Qin Haodong now deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. In the face of the affectionate Qi Wan, his heart was instantly melted. Chi Weiner gently kissed him on the cheek and then jumped down from his lap. She pointed to the dishes on the table and said, "Haodong, these are all dishes made by me. Try them and see if they are delicious." Qin Haodong glanced at the dishes on the table, and his face instantly darkened. He had to say that Wanner's cooking skills were really amazing. The green vegetables were fried black, and it was obvious that they were burnt. But why was the thing that looked like a chicken wing green, as if it had been poisoned? "Haodong, try them. I've been busy all afternoon," Chi Weiner said eagerly. Although Qin Haodong was immune to poison, he was really afraid of being killed by this thing. How could he refuse without hurting Chi Weiner's heart? "I'm not too hungry. I'm not in a hurry to eat." He suddenly saw the computer on the table and said, "Why don't you forget to take the computer with you when you eat?" As a top hacker, Chi Weiner couldn't leave the computer at all times. After hearing Qin Haodong's words, she immediately shifted her attention. She said, "Because I want to see you all the time." "See me?" Qin Haodong asked in surprise, "Can you see me with this thing?" Chi Weiner said, "Of course. Now the entire Jiangnan city's surveillance system is under my control. I can adjust whichever camera I want. It's easy to see you." Then she pulled the laptop in front of Qin Haodong, pointed to the screen and said, "Look, I've been watching you coming to me. This is the exit of Lin's group. This is the car. This is our company." Chi Weiner skillfully operated the computer and showed the surveillance pictures to Qin Haodong. Facing such an infatuated girl, Qin Haodong was moved, but he felt helpless. If this went on, what privacy would he have in the future? Chi Weiner didn't know what he was thinking. She still operated the computer and looked at Qin Haodong affectionately on the screen. "Wait a minute." Qin Haodong's expression suddenly changed. He said to Chi Weiner, "Hurry up and switch to the previous picture." "What's wrong?" Although Chi Weiner was puzzled, she immediately returned the computer to the previous interface. This was the picture of Qin Haodong's car passing the intersection of the Milan Western restaurant. Just when he was waiting for the signal light, the surveillance could just shine on a corner of the parking lot. At this time, two young men carried a girl into a black car. The girl was Wang Rubing, and Qin Haodong saw at a glance that she was in a coma. Qin Haodong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Rubing's number. Soon he heard the reminder that the phone was turned off. At this time, he was 100% sure that Wang Rubing had been kidnapped. But she was just a girl who had just started working. Why did they kidnap her? Did it have something to do with him? He forced himself to calm down and turned his eyes back to the surveillance picture. The two men were wearing sunglasses and caps, so he couldn't see their faces at all. The time shown in the upper right corner of the screen was an hour ago, which meant that a whole hour had passed since Wang Rubing was kidnapped. "What's wrong, Haodong? What happened?" Chi Weiner asked. "My sister was kidnapped." While speaking, Qin Haodong's body was filled with cold killing intent. Whoever dared to kidnap Wang Rubing must pay the price. Just then, his mobile phone on the table rang, showing a strange number. Chapter 274. When Wang Rubing regained consciousness, she found herself in a small valley. Opposite her, a neon man in a samurai suit and holding a neon sword was looking at her. She wanted to speak, but found that her mouth was taped and her body was tightly tied up. Seeing that Wang Rubing had woken up, Yagyawaka waved his hand. Immediately, a neon warrior came over and tore off the tape on her mouth. Wang Rubing gasped and asked, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" After experiencing so many things with Qin Haodong, her psychological quality had been greatly improved. Although she was a little panicked, she was still rational. She did not struggle irrationally. She knew that it would not only be useless, but would also bring more harm to herself. Since these neon people had tried their best to bring her here, they knew that they would not let her go easily. However, she did not understand why these people had taken her. "Miss Wang Rubing, you're very beautiful," Yagyawaka said in stiff Wuxia language. Wang Rubing did not speak. She just looked at Yagyawaka quietly. She knew that this neon man had brought her here not to praise her. Yagyawaka said lightly, "Miss Wang Rubing, I heard that you have a brother named Qin Haodong." Hearing this, Wang Rubing immediately understood why she had been kidnapped. It turned out that these neon people had come for Qin Haodong. However, she was not willing to be a hostage like this. She would rather be hurt than be used by the neon people to threaten Qin Haodong. She said, "I don't have such a brother. I don't even have a friend with the surname Qin. I think you're mistaken. Miss Wang Rubing, it's no use quibbling now." "I'm not quibbling. I really don't know Qin Haodong. Miss Wang Rubing, don't worry. We won't do any harm to you. Qin Haodong has taken the young master of our Yagyu family. I just want to exchange him for you. Of course, you have to cooperate with us. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my men won't be impulsive when they see a beauty like you." Wang Rubing said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know Qin Haodong either. Let me go. We came all the way from Neon to Wuxia. We can't be wrong." Yagyawaka smiled. "Since Miss Wang doesn't want to admit it, I'll let you meet someone. You'll soon know that it's useless to deny it." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a person appeared from behind the tree. It was Li Donghai. "Mr. Yagyu, what can I do for you?" Li Donghai bowed and asked in a flattering manner. "Miss Wang said she doesn't know Qin Haodong. Please correct her statement." "Don't worry, Mr. Yagyu. The three of us grew up together. There's no mistake." Li Donghai walked up to Wang Rubing and said, "Rubing, just admit it. You can't hide it." Wang Rubing finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Li Donghai had been working for the neon people. No wonder he suddenly changed. His purpose was to trick her into going to Milan restaurant so that the neon people could kidnap her. "Li Donghai, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." Although she was tied up tightly, Wang Rubing still roared angrily. "Rubing, why are you so excited? Mr. Yagyu said that they won't hurt you. Their target is that bastard Qin Haodong. Mr. Yagyu is very generous. As long as you work hard for them, you'll be rewarded. Bah, get out of here. You traitor, bastard, beast." Wang Rubing was so angry that she threw all the dirty words she knew at Li Donghai's face. It turned out that Yagyawaka had contacted Li Donghai as soon as he arrived in Wuxia according to Yagyu Genpakiro's contact information. When Li Donghai offered 1 million yuan as a reward, he immediately agreed to cooperate with him, including kidnapping Wang Rubing to threaten Qin Haodong. It was all planned by him. Li Donghai looked a little embarrassed when he heard such curses. He said, "Rubing, how can you do this? We're brother and sister, okay? You're not related to that toy boy Qin at all. Bah! We're brother and sister. How could you kidnap me?" Wang Rubing was so angry that her eyes were on fire. How can this be called kidnapping? Mr. Yagyu promised that he wouldn't hurt you, and he'd give you a lot of money after it's done. Think about how much you can earn in a month, a few thousand yuan. Mr. Yagyu's money is enough for you to earn for the rest of your life. Li Donghai, you're really stupid. How dare you believe the Neon people? It's good enough that you're still alive. That's impossible. Mr. Yagyu promised me that he would not only give us a lot of money, but also send us to Neon. We'll be Neon citizens in the future. Looking at Li Donghai's face, Wang Rubing suddenly lost interest in talking. This guy didn't have the most basic personality, and he didn't even have a brain. Yagyu Waka said, "Beautiful Miss Wang, what else do you want to say? As long as you cooperate with us, money and nationality are not a problem." Wang Rubing turned her head away. She really didn't want to talk to this guy. At this time, she could only pray in her heart that Qin Haodong wouldn't be fooled by the Neon people. Yagyu Waka said, "Miss Wang, it seems that you don't want to cooperate with us." Wang Rubing looked at him coldly and said, "Stop your stupid ideas. Zhao Donghai is willing to be a traitor, but I'm not. Miss Wang, I really admire your courage." Yagyu Waka sneered and said, "But it won't affect our operation this time even without your cooperation. There's only one result for Qin Haodong today, and that is death." Wang Rubing said, "Don't dream. Even if all the Neon people die, my brother won't die. You're really stubborn. I'll let you see how Qin Haodong will be chopped into meat paste by me later." After saying that, Yagyu Waka stretched out his hand to the side. Immediately, a samurai gave him the phone. Wang Rubing knew that this Neon person was going to use her to threaten Qin Haodong. She wanted to go forward and grab the phone, but she was tightly tied up and couldn't move at all. Qin Haodong glanced at the phone on the table and instinctively felt that it had something to do with Wang Rubing. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. At the same time, Qi Weiner took the laptop in her hand and her fingers moved quickly. She wanted to locate the location of the person in the shortest time possible. "Are you Qin Haodong?" Yagyu Waka said in a stiff tone. "Who are you? Did you kidnap my sister? You're really smart. Since you've guessed it, let's make a deal. You bring back the young master of the Yagyu family, and I'll give Miss Wang back to you. What do you think?" Qin Haodong said, "Do I have a choice? But you have to prove that my sister is really in your hands first." Yagyu Waka handed the phone to Wang Rubing and said, "Miss Wang, don't you want to talk to your brother?" Wang Rubing cried into the phone, "Haodong, don't worry about me. They dare not do anything to me." Yagyu Waka took the phone back. He was very satisfied with Wang Rubing's performance. The more she behaved like this, the more likely Qin Haodong would come to save her. He said to the phone, "What do you think? Do you believe me now? If you dare to touch a hair on my sister's head, I promise you'll live a life worse than death." Qin Haodong's voice was piercingly cold. What he hated most was using his family to threaten him. These Neon people had touched his bottom line. Yagyu Waka didn't care at all. He said with a sinister smile, "Your sister is really beautiful. You know that I brought the strongest men in Neon, so I can only guarantee that Miss Wang will be safe for an hour. After an hour, it's hard to say. So you have to bring the young master to me safely within an hour, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Qin Haodong said, "Tell me your address, and I'll send Yagyu Hirai there right away." He had already sentenced the Neon people to death in his heart. They dared to touch his family, and he would definitely make them pay the price. In an hour, 20 kilometers outside the western suburbs of Jiangnan, Yagyu Waka hung up the phone and sat cross-legged in front of Wang Rubing. He held the handle of the katana tightly in his hand. As a superior ninja, he had to adjust his state to the best before every battle. After hanging up the phone, Qin Haodong asked Qi Wan, "Have you confirmed their location? Is it true or not?" "I've already located it. The location of the call is the same as the location of Rubing's phone number. It should be there. Can you find out how many people are coming from Neon this time? How strong are they?" Although he was extremely angry, Qin Haodong was still very rational. He had to know both himself and the enemy. Otherwise, not only could he not save Wang Rubing, but he might also suffer a great loss. Qi Wan quickly searched again, and the result came out after 2 minutes. In addition to the normal flights, there was a private plane from Neon to Huaxia this morning. The Neon people who kidnapped Rubing should have taken this plane. How many people? How strong are they? Qin Haodong had already admired Qi Wan's hacking skills. Having such a person as a helper saved a lot of trouble. There are 96 people on the plane, but I don't know their specific cultivation or strength. Since the Neon people came prepared, they must have bad intentions. We have to deal with them carefully. 100 people. They really put in a lot of money. Qin Haodong sneered. Since the Neon people dared to provoke him in Huaxia, he would make them pay the price. Immediately inform all the staff of our company to enter the first level of combat readiness, and send someone to replace the Divine Knife mercenaries with Momo to participate in this battle. Since he did not know the strength of the other side, he had to show his strongest strength. After Qi Wan left, Qin Haodong quickly called Hu Shaoxian. Since the other side asked to exchange hostages, he had to get Yagyu Hirai back. The phone was quickly connected. Hu Shaoxian said with a smile, "Little man, you miss me so soon." Qin Haodong said as fast as he could, "The Neon people kidnapped my sister. Send Yagyu Hirai to Daddy's security company in 10 minutes. I want to exchange hostages." Hu Shaoxian immediately became serious and said, "Don't worry, he will be here in 10 minutes." Qin Haodong hung up the phone. At this time, a harsh alarm sounded in the yard of Daddy's security company. It was the first time that it had been used since the establishment of the company. The members of Daddy's security company were basically battle-hardened special forces. After hearing the alarm, they immediately gathered at the training ground. In less than half a minute, a combat team of 100 people was assembled. Naylan Wushuang rushed to the training ground and saw Qin Haodong looking serious. She asked, "What happened?" Chapter 275. Qin Haodong said, "The Yaguas of Neon sent nearly 100 people to Huaxia and kidnapped my sister. Today, we're going to have a good fight with them." Naylan Wushuang was stunned at first, and then said, "Should I inform Wuxia and ask her to send some special forces?" "No, we're enough." Qin Haodong was confident in the strength of his men. Besides, if the special forces really came, they wouldn't listen to his command. It would be bad if they hurt Wang Rubing. Naylan Wushuang didn't say anything more. She also knew how strong the current Daddy security company was. There were more than a dozen masters of covert power, and the lowest cultivation had reached the 7th level of overt power. Except that they were not equipped with guns, their strength was definitely far beyond the strongest special forces in Huaxia. At this time, Zhang Tiniu quickly ran in front of Qin Haodong and shouted, "Boss, 100 members of Daddy's security company have gathered. Please assign tasks." Qin Haodong took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Today's task is different from the past. In an hour, we will fight with a Neon warrior who invaded Huaxia. This is not a defense task, nor is it a performance, but a real battle of life and death. You can choose freely. I welcome those who want to participate, and those who don't can quit immediately. Don't feel burdened, and you will still be a member of our company in the future. Now make a voluntary choice. Those who want to participate tonight, stand on my right side, and those who don't, stand on my left side." These people were all veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. When they heard that they would fight with Neon, there was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with a long-lost excitement. In just 10 seconds, the whole team moved to Qin Haodong's right side, and no one quit. "Well done, Qin Haodong, thank you," Since all the members were willing to participate in the battle, Qin Haodong immediately asked Nalan Wushuang and Qi Wan to equip these people, and then called Zhang Tiniu and Chen Fugui to discuss the battle plan. Both of them had served as senior commanders, and they were much better at commanding than Qin Haodong. 5 minutes later, all the members of Daddy Security Company were divided into 2 combat teams. Nalan Wushuang and Zhang Tiniu led one team to outflank the Neon people from the east, and Qi Wan and Chen Fugui led the other team to outflank the Neon people from the west. After Qin Haodong rescued the hostages, they would immediately attack. The overall goal was not to let any Neon people escape. Soon, everyone set off, leaving only a few team members and Qin Haodong in the company. At this time, 2 cars drove in quickly. The one in front was the 6 members of the Divine Mercenaries, and the one behind was Hu Shaoxian, who was carrying Yagyu Hirai, who had lost his human form. "Boss, we're here." Saber came to Qin Haodong with 6 people. Knowing that there would be a tough battle tonight, his eyes were full of excitement. Qin Haodong waved his hand and asked the 6 of them to stand aside. Then, he pointed to Yagyu Hirai and said to Hu Shaoxian, "How can I exchange hostages when he's like this?" If the Neon people saw Yagyu Hirai's miserable appearance at this time, they would immediately go berserk and kill Wang Rubing to vent their anger. There's no other way. This guy is very stubborn. It's inevitable to use some means. Hu Shaoxian said awkwardly, "Aren't you a doctor? Can't you just treat him?" At this point, there was no other way. Qin Haodong glanced at the 6 people of the Divine Mercenaries and said to Sword, "You take this guy and follow me." After that, he took the lead and walked into the medical room next to him. Sword followed him with Yagyu Hirai. In the small valley, a Neon warrior came to Yagyuwaka's side. 2 cherry blossoms were embroidered on his collar. It was Yagyu Yoshida. "Sir, the time you said is coming. I don't know if that guy from Wuxia dares to come." Yagyuwaka held his saber and said, "He will. According to the information we have in the past, that guy is very arrogant. He will definitely come to save people." Yagyu Yoshida glanced at Wang Rubing, who was next to him, with a touch of lust in his eyes. He said with a dirty look, "Sir, this Wuxia woman is really beautiful. Do you really want to give her back to the Wuxia people? Yoshida, don't forget our task. Before we exchange the young master, no one should have any ideas about her." Then, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "But after the hostage exchange, it's up to you. We brought so many people with us. We can't let that guy from Wuxia run back. He must die, and this woman will be rewarded to our most valiant warrior." It was no wonder that Yagyuwaka was so confident. On this trip to Wuxia, they had brought a total of 1 Sanhua ninja, 2 Sanhua ninjas, 2 Sanhua ninjas, 40 intermediate ninjas, and 50 low-level ninjas. This lineup was beyond imagination. There was no reason for them to fail. "I understand, sir. In the words of the Wuxia people, as long as they come, they will be in our pocket." After Yagyu Yoshida said that, the 2 of them laughed arrogantly together. Wang Rubing looked at them with anger in her eyes. Unfortunately, she was tied up like a dumpling. She could do nothing but keep cursing the ancestors of the 2 Neon people in her heart. After laughing, Yagyuwaka said, "It's almost time. Have you arranged everyone?" Yagyu Yoshida said, "Yes, we have. We have 50 low-level ninjas on the periphery, 40 middle-level ninjas in the middle, and 6 top-level ninjas in the core. In front of such a powerful force, that guy from Wuxia can never escape unless he is an immortal." Hearing the conversation between the 2 people, Wang Rubing's eyes flashed with despair. Although she knew that her brother had some skills, there were nearly 100 Neon people in front of them. No matter how powerful Qin Haodong was, he could not fight against 100 Neon people alone. Yagyuwaka glanced at Wang Rubing and said proudly, it won't be long before you see how our neon warriors cut your brother in half with a knife." They were proud and disappointed at the same time, but they all forgot that no one had said that Qin Haodong was fighting alone. At this time, Chen Fugui and Zhang Tiniu had surrounded the small valley with their people. Every member of the Daddy security mercenary group used to be excellent soldiers, and later they were promoted to warriors. The lowest cultivation had reached the 7th level of the overt power. Such a team showed their super strength. Their movements were extremely fast and silent. Moreover, as the best mercenary group in Jiangnan City, Naylan Wushuang bought the world's top equipment for everyone. Not only was the equipment good for attack, but it also had night vision equipment and wireless communication equipment. When Yagyu Yoshida made the arrangement, he put the focus of all the neon warriors in the center of the small valley. As soon as Qin Haodong returned Yagyu Hirai, they would immediately attack and kill him. It was a completely strategic offensive formation. This arrangement made it convenient for Zhang Tiniu and Chen Fugui, and they surrounded them from outside. After everything was arranged, Zhang Tiniu, Chen Fugui, Naylan Wushuang and Qi Wan had a meeting in a small cave. Zhang Tiniu said, "I just scanned the valley with an infrared scanner. There are 98 people in the valley. One of them is Miss Wang Rubing, and the other 97 should be neon warriors." Qi Wan said, "I just went in and checked. Their encirclement is set up according to the form of heavy inside and light outside. The outermost warriors have the lowest cultivation. All of them are below the 6th level of the overt power, about half of the total number. Further inside, their cultivation is a little higher, about between the 6th level of the overt power and the 9th level of the overt power. Several neon warriors in the core should have reached the level of the covert power. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I dare not get too close." Naylan Wushuang said, "Overall, their comprehensive strength is not as good as ours. It's not a problem to kill all these little neon warriors. The most important thing now is how to ensure the safety of Rubing." Chen Fugui said, "We can only do the preparation work now. Don't act rashly. When we see the boss rescue Miss Rubing, we will immediately launch a thunderous attack and wipe out these little devils in one fell swoop." Zhang Tiniu said, "In order to maximize the efficiency of the attack and minimize the casualties, we can distribute the personnel. The number of people on both sides is about the same. Later, we will assign the tasks according to the method of Tianji's horse race. There are about 50 people on our side who have reached the 7th level of the overt power and the 8th level of the overt power. Let each of them choose a low-level neon warrior as the target to attack. We will lead the warriors whose cultivation is above the 9th level of the overt power to choose a middle-level neon warrior as the target. The advantage of this is that everyone has a specific target, and they will maintain an absolute advantage in cultivation. Once they take action, they can kill the other party in seconds. When the periphery is cleared, there are only a few neon warriors at the level of the covert power in the core. They can't make any trouble." Naylan Wushuang nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Let's go back and prepare immediately. But we must pay attention to concealment. We must not alert the enemy." After the discussion, they immediately went back to take people to do the preparation work. They were waiting for Qin Haodong to come and launch a thunderous attack. Time passed. When it was the appointed time, there was a roar of motor vehicles outside the valley. Soon, 2 SUVs stopped at the entrance of the valley. Qin Haodong and Hu Shaoxian walked into the valley side by side. Behind them, the divine mercenaries were suppressing Yagyu Hirai. After seeing Qin Haodong, Wang Rubing immediately shouted, "Haodong, run! There are so many of them. This is a trap. You can't save me at all." Li Donghai hurriedly shouted, "Don't shout. What are you shouting for? If Qin Haodong really runs away, we will all be finished." As he said that, he reached out to cover Wang Rubing's mouth. Wang Rubing opened her mouth in a hurry and fiercely bit him. She suddenly tore a piece of flesh from his hand, and the bite was bloody. Li Donghai screamed and slapped Wang Rubing in the face. "You bitch, how dare you bite me? Do you want to die?" Seeing him, Qin Haodong immediately understood what had happened. He must have betrayed Wang Rubing and let the Neon people use her as a hostage. At this time, seeing him hit Wang Rubing again, Qin Haodong's anger had reached its peak. "Li Donghai, you are worse than pigs and dogs. You must die." Li Donghai shouted arrogantly while covering the wound on his hand. "Qin Haodong, you are about to die. You will not have a good end if you offend Mr. Yagyu. Let's see what you can do to me in the future." He had just heard the conversation between Yagyu Waka and Yagyu Yoshida. In his eyes, Qin Haodong was already a dead man, so his expression was extremely arrogant. "Then let's see who will have a good end," Qin Haodong said and turned to look at the Neon people in front of him. "Who is the boss? Stand up." Yagyu Waka stepped forward and said, "Wuxia man, you are very brave. I am Yagyu Waka, the superior ninja of Neon, the leader of this trip to Wuxia." Qin Haodong sneered, "Yagyu Waka, right? I want him dead. Can you?" As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed at Li Donghai. Chapter 276. After hearing Qin Haodong's words, Li Donghai laughed and said, "Qin Haodong, are you out of your mind? You're Mr. Yagyu's enemy, and I'm his friend. It's ridiculous that you want Mr. Yagyu to kill me." Yagyu Yoshida looked at Li Donghai and said, "You're wrong. You're just a dog of our people. You're not a friend at all." Li Donghai's expression froze and he said embarrassedly, "You're right. I'm a dog, a dog. Since you're a dog, you should have the consciousness of a dog. Go to hell." Yagyu Yoshida said as he pulled out the sword from his waist. Li Donghai suddenly turned pale with fright. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Mr. Yagyu, I'm your dog. Please don't kill me." Before he could finish speaking, Yagyu Yoshida's sword had already swept across his neck. Li Donghai died on the spot before he could even scream. His blood sprayed all over the ground. Although Wang Rubing hated Li Donghai, she couldn't help but tremble and retch when she saw such a cruel scene. "Mr. Qin, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Yagyu Waka looked at Qin Haodong and said with a smile. In his eyes, Li Donghai was just a dog that could be used. Since he had been used, the dog had lost its value. Killing him could save him 500,000 yuan. Qin Haodong looked at Li Donghai's body and his anger finally subsided a little. This guy had crossed his bottom line again and again. Today, he had even betrayed Wang Rubing to the Neon people. If it weren't for Li Xiaotian, he would have killed Li Donghai. Today, Li Donghai died in the hands of the Neon people, which was what he deserved for being a traitor. He glanced at Yagyu Waka and said, "Let go of my sister, and I'll give you Yagyu Hirai." Yagyu Waka looked at Yagyu Hirai behind Qin Haodong and said, "Mr. Qin, as you can see, I treated Miss Wang very well. I didn't let her get hurt. If you want to exchange hostages, you have to let me check the young master's physical condition to see if he's injured. That's the only way to make a fair exchange." Hu Shaoxian smiled and said, "Mr. Yagyu, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? What if we give you the hostage first, and then you don't release our hostage?" Yagyu Kazuaki said, "That's impossible. The most important thing for us Japanese warriors is credibility. Since we've promised to release Miss Wang, we'll definitely hand her over to you. Credibility is the most important." She pointed at Li Donghai's body and said, "It's so funny. Mr. Six Lives, is this what you mean by the most trustworthy?" Yagyu Waka said, "It's different. We agreed with him that we would give him 500,000 yuan and he would help us kidnap Miss Wang here. We've already completed the deal and the money has been transferred to his card. I've never said that I won't kill him, so I'm not breaking my promise. Hu Shaoxian said, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Mr. Yagyu, you've really opened my eyes. Faced with Hu Xiaoxian's sarcasm, Yagyu Waka did not care at all. He said, Miss, do you disagree with my proposal? Of course not. Hu Shaoxian said, we Wuxia people have always said that money and goods are exchanged. It's the same with exchanging hostages. It's only fair that we release the hostages at the same time. That won't do. You must do as I say. Yagyu Waka's voice was not loud, but his tone was extremely tough. Hu Shaoxian smiled and said, what if we disagree? It's easy to disagree. Miss Wang is a great beauty anyway. Everyone wants to see what she looks like when she takes off her clothes. If you don't send the young master here right now, I'll strip her immediately. Then, Yagyu Waka grabbed Wang Rubing in his hand and raised his hand to pull off the rope on her body. Hu Shaoxian suddenly became furious. How dare you? If you dare to touch Rubing, I'll immediately cut off your *T young master. She raised her hand and put the purple flash sword on Yagyu Hirai's neck. Yagyu Waka was unmoved. He sneered and said, you're the one who doesn't dare. If you really kill the young master, you'll all be buried here with him. Besides, Miss Wang is not your sister. What you say doesn't count. He turned to look at Qin Haodong and said, I'll give you one last chance. I'll count from 3 to 1. If you don't let her go, everyone will appreciate your sister's naked appearance. Wang Rubing struggled desperately, but she was firmly controlled by Yagyu Waka. She didn't want to be humiliated, nor did she want to be a weight to restrict Qin Haodong. She screamed loudly, Haodong, kill me quickly. Qin Haodong's face was livid. He said to Saber beside him, let her go. Hu Shaoxian cried, you're crazy. We can't let her go. If we really let the hostages go, what if they don't let Rubing go? Yagyu Waka seemed to enjoy watching Qin Haodong and the others fight. He smiled and began to count, 3. 2, when there was only the last number, Qin Haodong stepped forward and pushed Hu Shaoxian away. He directly pushed Yagyu Hirai to Yagyu Waka's side. Young master, are you all right? Yagyu Yoshida supported Yagyu Hirai, who was staggering, and lifted his hand to remove the towel in his mouth. Hu Shaoxian cried, we've already let her go. Now it's your turn. Yagyu Yoshida laughed and said, you Wuxia people are really stupid. You know that I don't keep my word, but you still dare to believe me. This task is too simple. There's no need to use so many neon warriors to deal with idiots like you. It's really a waste. After laughing, his expression became cold and he said proudly, how dare you disrespect the young master of the Yagyu family. None of you will live. All of you will die. Then he raised his right hand and shouted to the neon warriors behind him, warriors, come out. Kill all of these Wuxia people. According to the previous agreement, as long as he raised his right hand, all the neon warriors would kill Qin Haodong and the others together. At the same time, Qin Haodong also shouted, do it. Zhang Tinyu and Chen Fugue were hesitating about whether to launch an attack when they saw that Wang Rubing had not been rescued. After hearing Qin Haodong's order, they immediately launched a general attack according to the previous plan. The people of Daddy Security Company had already chosen their targets. After receiving the order, they immediately rushed forward. Each of the targets they chose was originally one level lower than the Neon Warriors. In addition, the Neon Warriors did not know that there were people hiding behind them. Under such circumstances, the attack was carried out very smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 90 Neon Ninjas were killed. Except for a few superior ninjas, all of them were wiped out. Baka. Yagyu Waka and the others turned pale with fright. They had never dreamed that Qin Haodong's men would be so powerful. In just a breath, nearly 100 of his men were killed. It should be known that these were nearly half of the Yagyu family's strength. They were ninjas who had been carefully trained. Qin Haodong sneered and said, "What do you mean by 8 or 9? Hurry up and let my sister go, or you will all die. Qin Haodong, don't forget that your sister is still in our hands." Yagyu Yoshida was in a panic. He reached out to grab Wang Rubing. As long as this woman was in his hands, they still had a chance to leave alive. Unexpectedly, as soon as his right hand touched Wang Rubing's clothes, a cold light suddenly flashed next to him. His right hand was cut off by a knife and fell to the ground with a plop. Yagyu Yoshida screamed and turned his head to the side. He saw that it was Yagyu Hirai who had just been rescued. After Yagyu Hirai succeeded, he immediately held Wang Rubing tightly and rushed to Qin Haodong's side. Although Wang Rubing did not understand what had happened, she immediately rushed to Qin Haodong's side and cried when she saw him. She was really scared this time. Seeing that the hostages were saved, the people of Daddy Security Mercenary Group immediately surrounded Yagyu Waka and the others. They were waiting for Qin Haodong's order to immediately kill these neon people. Seeing that Yagyu Hirai had cut off Yagyu Yoshida's arm, Yagyu Waka said angrily, "Young master, are you crazy? How could you do this to your own people?" Yagyu Hirai raised his hand to wipe his face and smiled at Yagyu Waka, revealing his white teeth. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a 9th-class bodyguard from Daddy Security Company. I'm not your *T young master." Yagyu Waka realized that he had been fooled. He said angrily to Qin Haodong, "Wuxia man, you're too cunning. How dare you deceive us with a fake one?" Hu Shaoxian spat at the old man and said, "Where's your shame? Where's your shame? As a senior warrior, you came to Wuxia to kidnap a woman. You didn't keep your word and even dared to question others." It turned out that Qin Haodong saw that Yagyu Hirai was injured all over and had lost an arm. It was really difficult to exchange him for a hostage. He found that Sword's body shape was very similar to Yagyu Hirai's, so he used the disguise skill to change Sword's appearance and pretend to be Yagyu Hirai. Hu Shaoxian knew all this. She had just played along with Qin Haodong. That was why he had agreed to Yagyu Waka's condition and asked Sword to save Wang Rubing. Yagyu Waka pulled out his sword and shouted again, "Where's our young master? Did you kill him?" Qin Haodong sneered and said, "You're about to die. Go to the king of hell first. Your young master will be there soon." Then he waved his hand and shouted to his men, "Send them to hell." Qin Haodong's side had 13 masters at the covert power level, not to mention the low-level warriors. Yagyu Waka's side only had 6 superior ninjas. At this time, Yagyu Yoshida had lost an arm and completely lost his fighting power. The strength of the two sides could be imagined. But at this moment, there was a roar in the air, "Stop!" No one had expected that there would be someone hiding on the top of the tree. Everyone looked up and saw a black shadow slowly descending from the night sky and standing next to Yagyu Waka. It was a thin old man from Neon. His face was full of wrinkles and only a few strands of hair were left. He carried a sword on his back. He looked weak, but his momentum was amazing. Feeling the strong momentum of the old man, Hu Shaoxian and the others stepped back in horror. Judging from his momentum, this old man had at least reached the 9th level of the covert power, or had entered the threshold of the supreme power realm. They didn't expect that the Yagyu family would send such a strong man to Wuxia. "First Elder, you're here." Yagyu Waka was surprised to see the old man, like a drowning man who had found a life-saving straw. This old man was the first elder of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Ken, a strong man who had reached the peak of the 9th level of the covert power and had even entered the threshold of the supreme power realm. "Bastard! Useless!" Yagyu Ken raised his hand and slapped Yagyu Waka's face. "What are you doing? So many elites of the Yagyu family died in your hands." Yagyu Waka didn't move. He took the 2 slaps and then said, "First Elder, please avenge the warriors of our family." Chapter 277. Yagyu Ken glared at Yagyu Waka and turned to look at Qin Haodong. It turned out that Yagyu Shinji had felt a little unsafe after sending Yagyu Waka and the others to Wuxia. If something happened to them, the Yagyu family would suffer a disastrous decline. After much hesitation, he had also sent Yagyu Ken, the first elder. Yagyu Ken had always been arrogant. He thought that it was unnecessary for Yagyu Shinji to send him to Wuxia to deal with a college student, so he had never shown up. He had been secretly protecting Yagyu Waka and the others. After arriving at the small valley, he had hidden in a tree. In his opinion, there was no doubt that Yagyu Waka and the others would win, so he had been hiding. Because of this, he had not noticed Chen Fugue and Zhang Tiniu, who had begun to surround them outside the valley. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, almost all the people sent by the Yagyu family had been wiped out. He then jumped down from the tree. The main purpose of coming to Wuxia this time was to save Yagyu Hirai. Now that almost all of them were dead, if Yagyu Hirai could not be saved, he would really have no face to go back to see Yagyu Shinji. He said in a cold voice, "Wuxia people, hand over the young master, or all of you will die." Hu Shaoxian said unconvinced, "You're talking big. We won't hand him over. What can you do? Then I'll show you." Yagyu Ken's face turned cold. He raised his hand and punched Hu Shaoxian. His punch looked light, and he didn't use much of his strength. However, his dry fist brought with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The huge fist wind caused the people around him to retreat again and again. Hu Xiaoxian's expression changed greatly. She quickly raised her hand and punched him. The two fists collided, making a muffled sound and sweeping the grass and leaves in the valley. After one move, Hu Shaoxian was directly shaken more than 10 meters away. Although her cultivation had recently improved greatly, she was only at the 5th level of the covert power. The old guy was a real half-step to the supreme power realm. There were more than 4 levels between them. Qin Haodong quickly caught Hu Shaoxian, who was falling rapidly. He used the green with genuine qi to help her sort out her shaken and messy meridians. Fortunately, he had acted in time. Otherwise, Hu Shaoxian would have spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Haodong seemed to have sensed the power of Yagyu Ken, so he hurriedly said to the crowd, "Retreat. Everyone, retreat." Hearing his order, Nalan Wushuang, Qi Wan, and the others all stepped back. They were more than 10 meters away from Yagyu Ken and the others. Yagyu Ken sneered and said, "So? Have you had a taste of this old man's power? Hurry up and hand over the young master, or else all of you will die." Qin Haodong said, "Although your cultivation is high enough, there are many of us. If we really fight to the death, your Yagyu family won't get any benefits. I'm afraid everyone will die except you." Yagyu Waka said, "So be it. There's nothing to be afraid of. The warriors of our country have always been fearless of death." Yagyu Ken said coldly, "Wuxia man, you'd better hand over the young master. I don't want to kill anyone at my age." Qin Haodong hesitated for a moment, then he turned around and said to Saber, "Bring him up." Saber took several people back to the off-road vehicle behind him and dragged a man out of the trunk. This time, it was the real Yagyu Hirai. Yagyu Hirai's body was covered with wounds and his spirit was exhausted. He was as miserable as he could be. Upon seeing Yagyu Ken, his dim eyes finally lit up. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he could not make a sound. "Bastard, how dare you treat our young master like this?" Yagyu Ken was furious. Yagyu Hirai had grown up with him and was almost like his grandson. He had never thought that one day he would be so miserable. "What's the fuss about? I'll give him back to you," Qin Haodong said as he grabbed Yagyu Hirai's belt. With a shake of his wrist, Yagyu Hirai flew toward Yagyu Ken like a high-speed cannonball. Yagyu Ken quickly raised his hands and gently caught Yagyu Hirai's body. However, his hand happened to grab Yagyu Hirai's shoulder, which had been smashed into several pieces. Yagyu Hirai suddenly howled in pain. Bastard! Yagyu Ken also noticed the injury on Yagyu Hirai's arm. He cursed and reached out to hold the other arm. Unexpectedly, this arm was worse than the broken one. It fell with a crack. He was shocked to find that this arm was fake. Yagyu Hirai's original arm had been cut off. Bastard! Yagyu Ken roared angrily and threw the fake arm to the ground. Then, he suddenly pulled out the Japanese knife from his waist, pointed it at Qin Haodong and shouted, "How dare you humiliate the young master of the Yagyu family like this? You must die today." Qin Haodong smiled faintly. "Old man, you think too much. This is Huaxiao. It's not your place to be so arrogant." Yagyu Ken shouted to the others, "You can all go. I only want his life." Although he was angry, he still had basic reason. He had reached the half-step to the supreme power realm, but there were too many Huaxia people on the other side, including many masters. If he really fought to the death, no one on the Neon side would survive except for him. These were all elites of the Yagyu family. They could not die anymore. That was why he wanted to scare Hu Shaoxian and the others away and kill Qin Haodong alone. Unexpectedly, Qin Haodong waved his hand and said to the people of Daddy Security Company, "Everyone, leave." Although Zhang Tiniu and the others were a little hesitant, they were all soldiers. They chose to execute the order without hesitation and began to retreat. Hu Shaoxian also retreated more than 10 meters. Only Qin Haodong was left on the field. Yagyu Ken raised the Japanese knife in his hand high. His momentum suddenly increased as he roared, "Boy, take out your weapon. I'll give you a fair duel." "Idiot!" Qin Haodong looked at him and smiled disdainfully. He took out something, but it was not a weapon. It was a small and exquisite remote control. Remember, when you reincarnate in your next life, don't always go to Huaxiao. This is not a place for you neon dogs. After saying that, he pressed the red button on the remote control and quickly hid behind a big tree. Yagyu Ken was suddenly shocked. An extremely uneasy feeling rose from the depths of his soul. He suddenly shouted, "Run! It's the broken arm." But it was too late. The broken arm of Yagyu Hirai, which had just been thrown to the ground, emitted a dazzling red light. Then, there was a loud bang, and the whole valley shook. It was a violent explosion. God knew how many explosives Qin Haodong had put in the broken arm. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a huge pit appeared where Yagyu Ken and the others had been standing. The people of the Yagyu family had been blown to pieces. Yagyu Waka had barely survived by relying on his powerful genuine qi to protect himself. However, he was lying on the ground, vomiting blood. Yagyu Ken was in a better condition, but his left arm had been blown away. His pale face was full of flesh and blood from the explosion. Only his right hand was left holding the Japanese knife. As for Yagyu Yoshida and Yagyu Hirai, they had already become minced meat. Not even a complete body was left. "You bastard!" Yagyu Ken roared desperately after he came to his senses. At this time, he was so aggrieved. As a master half a step to the supreme power realm and a well-known expert in Neon, he had been seriously injured before his opponent had even made a move. Nearly 100 of his men had been killed or injured. He had nowhere to vent his anger. At this time, the people of Daddy Security Company came back and surrounded them again. Yagyu Waka struggled to get up and touch his Japanese knife. The purple flash sword in Hu Xiaoxian's hand had already pierced his throat, causing a mist of blood. There was an extreme unwillingness in his eyes. The Sanhua ninja of the Yagyu family had been killed just like that. Qin Haodong pulled out the 1,000 blades and smiled at Yagyu Ken. "Old man, didn't you say you wanted to fight with me? Now do it." Yagyu Ken said angrily, "Shameless Wuxia man, how dare you use tricks? Where is the dignity of a warrior?" Qin Haodong sneered and said, "The dignity of a warrior. Didn't you see what you people did in Wuxia? How dare you talk about the dignity of a warrior? Why didn't you talk about the dignity of a warrior when Yagyu Waka kidnapped my sister?" Yagyu Ken's expression froze and he shouted, "Wuxia man, go to hell." After saying that, he waved the Japanese knife with one hand and fiercely slashed at Qin Haodong. Although he was injured, he was still an expert half a step to the supreme power realm. The attack with all his strength was still extremely fierce. A trace of disdain flashed in Qin Haodong's eyes. He did not dodge at all. The 1,000 blades in his hand directly met the attack. The two knives collided with a clang. The situation after the collision was exactly the opposite of the previous one. Yagyu Ken was sent flying more than 10 meters like a broken sack. He had suffered serious internal injuries in the explosion. At this time, under the surging genuine qi, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After landing on his feet, he directly inserted the Japanese knife into the ground and used it as a crutch. He barely supported his body and did not fall. You are also a half-step to the supreme power realm?" Yagyu Ken looked at the young man in front of him in horror. He had originally thought that the strongest person in Wuxia was Hu Shaoxian. He did not expect that Qin Haodong's cultivation was no weaker than his. Qin Haodong made a beautiful movement with the 1,000 blades in his hand and said with a smile, "What do you think? Are you surprised? Despicable. You are so despicable." Yagyu Ken said angrily, "Since you are such an expert, why don't you challenge me directly?" Qin Haodong said with a smile, "That's good. It saves a lot of trouble. There is a way to save effort. Why do we need to fight and kill? Besides, we Wuxia people are very precious. It would be bad if my men were hurt by you Japanese." Although his current cultivation was a little weaker than Yagyu Ken's, it was still easy for him to defeat Yagyu Ken with the superior cultivation methods and endless means he had practiced. However, it was easy to defeat Yagyu Ken. It would be difficult to kill Yagyu Ken. Maybe he would run back to Wuxia and leave a big problem. Before coming here, he had made a fake arm for Yagyu Hirai and filled it with C4 explosives brought by Hu Shaoxian, just in case. At first, he thought he would not need it. He did not expect that Yagyu Ken would appear out of nowhere and put the explosives to good use. Despicable Wuxia man, just you wait. You will not have a good end if you offend our Yagyu family. After saying that, Yagyu Ken jumped into the air and rushed to a big tree next to him. At this time, he had found that he was no match for Qin Haodong, so he chose to run away. You want to run away when you can't beat me? Where is your dignity as a warrior? A light flashed in Qin Haodong's hand, and the 1,000 blades directly shot out. Yagyu Ken was in the air, so it was too late for him to dodge. The 1,000 blades directly pierced his back. Yagyu Ken fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this point, the great elder of the Yagyu family, a famous expert half a step to the supreme power realm in Neon, had died in the valley. The 96 elites of the Yagyu family who had come to Wuxia had all been wiped out. Chapter 278. Seeing that Yagyu Ken was dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the old man with such a high cultivation had escaped, it would have been a big problem. However, some people were not satisfied. Zhang Tiniu said, "These Japanese were too weak. I thought we could have a good fight, but it ended so soon." Qin Haodong said, "Isn't this the best result? Do you want to fight with Yagyu Ken? I should have given you the opportunity." "Forget it. I haven't lived long enough." Zhang Tiniu was so scared that he shrank his neck. He was a fighter, but that didn't mean he was stupid. 10 people like him were no match for a master like Yagyu Ken. The people present burst into laughter. Qin Haodong said, "Today is a perfect battle. All the Neon people were killed, and no one from our daddy security company was injured. This is the result we want. This is the most proud result." Everyone cheered. Although they didn't feel satisfied, they knew what Qin Haodong said made sense. "Well, everyone, go back. Everyone will get 10,000 yuan for drinking tonight." Qin Haodong waved his hand and asked Zhang Tiniu and Chen Fugue to retreat. The divine mercenaries returned to Lin Momo's place and escorted Wang Rubing home. Nalan Wushuang asked, "Haodong, what should we do here?" The small valley was full of dead bodies, so they had to deal with it. Qin Haodong said, "Leave it to Xiaoxian. We don't need to worry about it." So many Japanese warriors came to Wuxia, which was not a small matter. It was best to leave it to the special department. "I can take care of it, but I did you a big favor tonight. Remember to repay me in the future." Hu Xiaoxian looked at Qin Haodong charmingly. Then, she hugged his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Ignoring Qin Haodong's embarrassment, she whispered in his ear, "Little man, I can't make it up to you today. I have to go back to the capital to explain such a big thing. It's all your fault that you always make trouble for me." Seeing Nalan Wushuang and Qi Wan's murderous eyes, Qin Haodong quickly said, "It's okay. I'll leave it to you." Then he turned around and ran, followed by Nalan Wushuang and Qi Wan. Looking at Qin Haodong's fleeing figure, Hu Xiaoxian giggled and murmured, "This little man is quite good at seducing girls." She had long seen through Nalan Wushuang and Qi Wan's feelings for Qin Haodong. The reason why she behaved so intimately was also to declare her sovereignty. After walking out of the valley, Nalan Wushuang and Qi Wan held Qin Haodong's arms and asked, "When did you hook up with Hu Xiaoxian?" Qin Haodong said embarrassedly, "What do you mean? Don't make it sound so bad. We're just friends. Ordinary friends. When did ordinary friends become so open? Since friends can do this, let's do it too." As the two girls spoke, they kissed his cheeks from both sides. In the villa of the Yagyu family in Neon, Yagyu Shinji sat there all night with his sword in his arms. Early the next morning, the door opened and a young woman in a neon samurai uniform came in. She was Yagyu Shinji's daughter and Yagyu Hirai's sister, Yagyu Yukaim. Seeing his daughter come in, Yagyu Shinji asked, "Is there any news from the first elder?" Yagyu Yukaim shook her head and said, "No news at all. Everyone has lost contact." Yagyu Shinji seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Nearly 100 people had been sent to Wuxia, and they had all lost contact with them for such a long time. After a while, he murmured, "How much strength is Wuxia hiding? They actually killed nearly 100 elites of our Yagyu family." Yagyu Yukaim said, "Father, do you think it's possible that Wuxia has sent the elites of the Shenyuan Pavilion?" Yagyu Shinji shook his head and said, "It's unlikely. Although the Shenyuan Pavilion is powerful, they have too many things to do. It's impossible for them to concentrate so much energy to deal with our Yagyu family at once. Moreover, with the first elder's cultivation, even if Wuxia sends a supreme power expert, he can still escape. It's impossible for him to disappear silently. What the hell is going on? Why don't I take people to Wuxia again? I don't believe that there are so many strong people in Wuxia." As Yagyu Yukaim spoke, she exuded a powerful momentum. She was an expert at the 9th level of the covert power. She was known as the rare martial arts genius of the Yagyu family in 100 years. If she had not been a woman, Yagyu Hirai would not have been the heir of the family. "No, we can't go again. Before our Yagyu family recovers, we are not allowed to step into Wuxia." Yagyu Shinji immediately stopped Yagyu Yukaim and said with great difficulty, "Our Yagyu family has lost nearly half of our strength. We can't afford any more blows. What we have to do now is to quickly withdraw our strength and try our best to keep the news. Once the news spreads, I don't know how many people are waiting to eat the fat meat of our Yagyu family. The Yagyu family was a new force that had risen in recent years. It relied on powerful force, but now it had lost so many elites. Even with Yagyu Shinji, a supreme power expert, it was still difficult to suppress the covetous hearts of other families. Father, are we just going to endure it and do nothing? It's not that we don't want to do anything, but we have to do what we should do at the moment. Yagyu Shinji glanced at Yagyu Yukaim and said, the most important thing for you now is to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. As long as you step into the threshold of the supreme power realm, our Yagyu family will have 2 supreme power experts. It won't be too late to settle accounts with Wuxia people then. What about my brother? Yagyu Yukaim asked. We can only leave his life and death to fate. It depends on whether he has the luck to survive. We can't sacrifice our entire Yagyu family for him alone. I know, father. Yagyu Yukaim said with a lonely expression. Although she was extremely unwilling, she knew that her father was right. She could only accept this reality. Yagyu Shinji said again, recently, send more intelligence personnel to Wuxia to collect as much information as possible. Once we find the right opportunity, we still have to take revenge. Father, didn't you say that it's not suitable for us to go to Wuxia? Yagyu Yukaim asked in surprise. It's true that we can't go to Wuxia anymore. Their strength is unfathomable, but it doesn't mean that Qin Haodong won't come out. Once he leaves Wuxia, it will be our chance to take revenge. I know, father. Yagyu Yukaim bowed, turned around, and left the room. At 9:00 a.m., in the conference room of Jiangnan Lin's group, President Lin Momo hosted a press conference for the official establishment of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. Qin Haodong and Lin Momo sat together on the rostrum. The stage was densely packed with people. Some were media reporters who had heard the news, and some were leukemia patients. After these people had failed to buy the blood revival oral liquid everywhere, they immediately turned their attention to the establishment of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. It was said that as long as the blood revival oral liquid was produced by Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company, their disease would immediately have hope. After the press conference began, Lin Momo officially announced the official establishment of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company and began to accept interviews from major media. A reporter took the lead and asked, President Lin, I would like to ask who the boss behind Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company is. Who is in charge of the management? Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company is a formal cooperation between Lin's group and Mr. Qin. Naturally, the company is jointly owned by Mr. Qin and Lin's group. I will still be the president of the company. President Lin, what is the ratio of shares held by Lin's group and Mr. Qin? Can you tell me? Lin Momo smiled and said, this is a trade secret. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Miss Lin, on behalf of the 4 million leukemia patients in Wuxia, when will Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company enter official quantitative production? When will the product come out? Lin Momo said, I can't give you an exact time. I can only say that it will be done as soon as possible, because it takes a process from approval to production. Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company will do its best to shorten this process as much as possible. President Lin, what kind of medicine will Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company produce after its establishment? The blood revival oral liquid isn't the only medicine, right? Lin Momo said, at present, there is only one kind of medicine. There will be other heavyweight medicines in the future, but one thing is for sure. We will produce traditional Chinese medicine. President Lin, why does your pharmaceutical company only produce traditional Chinese medicine? Is it discrimination against Western medicine? Lin Momo was very experienced in dealing with the media. Even though the reporter's question was very tricky, she still looked calm. Reporter, I would like to ask why you are only a reporter and not a teacher. Is it discrimination against the teaching profession? As soon as she said this, there was a burst of laughter in the venue. The reporter looked embarrassed and couldn't speak for a while. Lin Momo continued to say, "We are Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. If you ask a traditional Chinese medicine company to produce Western medicine, it will be like asking a man to give birth to a child. This is not a matter of discrimination. It is completely unreasonable." After that, many reporters asked a few more questions in succession. However, Lin Momo's answers were well-founded, so they couldn't get what they wanted at all. They immediately pointed their guns at Qin Haodong next to her. "Mr. Qin, I would like to ask if the blood revival oral liquid you developed is really effective for leukemia. Are there any side effects?" Qin Haodong said, "At present, 100 leukemia patients have taken the blood revival oral liquid. The cure rate is 100%, and there are no side effects. Mr. Qin, what will be the production price of the blood revival oral liquid after it is quantified? Will it be sold at a sky-high price like other leukemia drugs?" Qin Haodong said, "I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I cured 2 children with leukemia in succession. Later, I learned that there were more than 4 million leukemia patients in Wuxia. I couldn't cure them by myself, so I wanted to develop a medicine to help all leukemia patients relieve their pain. Later, I combined the ancient prescriptions of traditional Chinese medicine and developed the blood revival oral liquid. It turned out that the effect of this medicine was very good." The reporter seemed to be a little impatient. He asked again, "Mr. Qin, you haven't answered my question directly. The blood revival oral liquid works, but what will the price be?" Qin Haodong said with a smile, "In fact, I have already answered the question. The purpose of the production of the blood revival oral liquid is to help leukemia patients relieve their pain. Naturally, the price will not be high. It is initially estimated to be about double our production cost. I don't know the specific price, but I can guarantee that it will be at least 3 digits. 3 digits? Oh my god, it's less than 1,000 yuan. It's much cheaper than Baikong Sting. It's not comparable at all. The blood revival oral liquid is a one-time cure, while Baikong Sting only alleviates the disease. It costs 30,000 yuan a month." At this time, another reporter asked, "Mr. Qin, you know that leukemia is currently an incurable disease in the world. Will the blood revival oral liquid give priority to the Wuxia market, or will it be sold abroad to earn foreign exchange?" Chapter 279. After the reporter asked the question, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Haodong. Nowadays, there was a strange phenomenon in Wuxia. Many good things were given priority to foreign countries. Not only were the prices cheaper, but the quality was also much better. No one knew if Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company would get out of this strange circle. Those patients with leukemia were especially concerned about this issue. After all, the production capacity of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company was not clear. If the medicine was given priority to foreign countries, many patients in Wuxia might not be able to wait for the medicine to come on the market. Qin Haodong said, "I want to emphasize 2 points about this issue. First, the reason why I developed the blood revival oral liquid and established Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company is for our 4 million compatriots with leukemia in Wuxia. The medicine I produce will be sold all over the world, but the premise is that it will be given priority in Wuxia. Second, after the production of the blood revival oral liquid, the domestic and foreign sales prices will be completely different. The foreign sales prices will be 100 times higher than the domestic sales prices." After hearing this answer, the audience was excited. No one had expected Qin Haodong's answer to be so powerful. No company in Wuxia had ever said that the foreign sales prices would be 100 times higher than the domestic sales prices. Those who could sell at a low price were all companies with conscience. Long live Dr. Qin, Dr. Qin, we love you. You are our great benefactor. Many leukemia patients shouted Qin Haodong's name excitedly. Some of them had tears in their eyes. In recent years, they had been fed up with the high prices of foreign drugs. Finally, they had welcomed their own companies with conscience. The reporters finally got what they wanted, and the cameras in their hands flashed non-stop. At this moment, a stiff voice sounded, "Mr. Qin, I don't think it's right for you to do this." The venue immediately quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a bearded white foreigner. There were too many people attending the press conference that day, so no one noticed that there was a foreigner in the corner. The bearded foreigner said excitedly, "Dr. Qin, I'm Enrique, a reporter from the Health Daily of M Country. As a doctor, I don't think you should make racial discrimination and international differences. You should treat patients in Wuxia and patients from other countries equally. You shouldn't raise the price of the medicine sold abroad 100 times higher than that sold in Wuxia." Qin Haodong looked at the foreigner and said, "Mr. Enrique, let me ask you a question first. What is the sales price of Baikong Sting, a famous drug for treating leukemia, in M Country? What's the selling price in China?" This. Enrique's mood immediately changed from anger to embarrassment. Finally, he said, "The price of Baikong Sting in Wuxia is 24,000 to 30,000 yuan, and the price in M Country is about $100. Although many people knew this secret, when Enrique revealed it, there was still an uproar in the venue, especially among the leukemia patients. Some people had already begun to curse. Qin Haodong waved his hand and motioned for everyone to calm down. Then, he said to Enrique, "Mr. Enrique, have you ever suggested that patients in M Country should be treated the same as those in Wuxia? Have you suggested lowering the price of medicines in Wuxia?" Enrique blushed and was too embarrassed to say anything. Qin Haodong added, "There is an old saying in Wuxia that goes, 'Do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself.' M Country has always sold drugs to Wuxia at a higher price than your own, so you have no right to ask us to treat you equally. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine belongs to Wuxia people. The formula I use is handed down by our ancestors. It is the wealth of every Wuxia person, so it is normal for Wuxia people to buy it at a low price, but you are not qualified." "Well said, Dr. Qin. Long live Dr. Qin. Why can't we sell it to them at a high price when they sell it to us at a high price? That's great. Traditional Chinese medicine belongs to our Wuxia people, Dr. Qin, we support you. You'd better raise the price of the medicine sold abroad to 200 times. 300 times, the crowd in the venue was excited. Everyone finally experienced the feeling of holding their heads high. Enrique was too embarrassed to raise his head, so he turned around and left the venue. He had originally come to Wuxia to travel and happened to attend this press conference. He wanted to say a few words for M Country. In his impression, Wuxia people were very proud and spoke very tactfully. He did not expect to be beaten black and blue by Qin Haodong. At the same time, in the general manager's office of Wilson Jiangnan branch, Huang Weili was being scolded by Davis. "Stupid guy, what did you send me? Our laboratory has been studying it for so many days and spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and money, but there is no result. The thing you sent is just water mixed with plant fibers. How can it cure leukemia? You must give me a reasonable explanation today, or you can go home and have a baby." On the huge electronic screen, Davis's spittle was flying everywhere. If he had not been thousands of miles away, he would have spat on Huang Weili's face. Huang Weili was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly explained, "Mr. Davis, don't be angry. Listen to me. I promise with my head that it must be the blood revival oral liquid, which can cure leukemia completely. What do I want your head for? To kick it as a ball? We are in the pharmaceutical industry. You need evidence to talk to me." "Evidence, do you understand?" Davis was still very angry. He had indeed invested a lot of money and manpower in the blood revival oral liquid these days, but the final result of the laboratory was that the liquid had no effect. "Evidence? Huang Weili's brain was spinning rapidly. He hurriedly said, I've sent people to follow up and investigate the 100 patients who have taken the white blood oral solution in the past 2 days. They have indeed recovered. No one has taken any more drugs. Some have gone to work, and some often appear in the bathing center. You know that leukemia patients are forbidden to live. They have really been cured. They have found many beautiful girls, and some of them have been arrested by the police. If you need this information, I can send it to you right away. Upon hearing Huang Weili's words, Davis immediately calmed down. He touched his head and said, Are you sure you're not lying to me? Huang Weili was about to cry as he said, Boss, how dare I make such a joke with you? But what you said alone is not enough to convince me. You have to provide other favorable evidence, or you can get out of here. Huang Weili thought for a moment and immediately said, Mr. Davis, just an hour ago, Lin's Group and Qin Haodong held a public press conference. Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company was officially established and will be put into production soon. There is only one product, which is the Blood Revival Oral Liquid. This fully proves that the effect of the Blood Revival Oral Liquid is real. Otherwise, Lin's Group would never have invested so much money. It will be put into production soon. Davis thought for a moment and asked, Are you sure that Lin's Group has invested? How much? Yes. I have asked someone to inquire. Lin's Group held a board meeting and passed a resolution to invest in the construction of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. The scale of the investment is about 2.5 billion yuan. 2.5 billion yuan is not a small amount. Lin's Group would never invest so much money without sufficient evidence. Huang Weili was now trying to prove the effect of the Blood Revival Oral Liquid in order to keep his job. He regretted sending the Blood Revival Oral Liquid to the headquarters of Wilson's company. Davis asked again, press conference. Could it be a kind of hype by Lin's Group? In contrast, he trusted the data given by his laboratory more. Huang Weili said, How is that possible? Lin's Group was originally in the jewelry industry. Even if they did hype, they would not hype traditional Chinese medicine. According to reliable information, Lin's Group's first capital has been in place. They are ready to buy a Chinese medicine company that has been bankrupt for 2 years at the price of 500 million yuan. It is said that the contract will be signed soon. After listening to Huang Weili's words, Davis had already believed that the Blood Revival Oral Liquid was real. However, he still asked doubtfully, if that's the case, why didn't our laboratory come up with any data? Huang Weili resisted the urge to scold the people in the laboratory. He continued, Mr. Davis, traditional Chinese medicine is really magical. It may have gone beyond the scope of the laboratory. For example, a few days ago, Qin Haodong cured old Maldini without an operation. This is something that the whole world knows. Until now, science can't explain it. What you said makes sense. Davis raised his head, looked at Huang Weili, and said, But I remember you said more than once that traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience and useless. Well. Huang Weili said awkwardly, I did think so at that time. I studied Western medicine since I was in primary school. It's normal to have such an idea. But now it turns out that I was wrong. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a very magical subject. Davis did not continue to speak. He paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. After a long time, he turned around and said, Huang, I'm going to give you a task. Mr. Davis, please tell me. I'll do my best to do it. Huang Weili was delighted. What he was most afraid of now was being laid off. It was definitely a good thing that Davis could give him a task. Go to Qin Haodong now. No matter how much it costs, you must get his formula. The formula that can cure leukemia must be in the hands of Wilson's company, or we will really go bankrupt. Huang Weili said awkwardly, this. Mr. Davis, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Qin Haodong has already cooperated with Lin's group, and it will be produced soon, Davis said in a cold voice. Don't tell me this. You must stop this. If you can't stop it, get out of here. You know many people are waiting for your position. Huang Weili trembled with fear and said quickly, Don't worry, Mr. Davis. I'll do it well. After the press conference, Qin Haodong returned to the infirmary. Not long after he sat in the chair, the door opened and Huang Weili came in. Qin Haodong glanced at him and said with a smile, Isn't this Manager Huang? What are you doing here? Did he get sick? Even if you are sick, there's nothing we can do. This is the internal business of the company. It's not public. Dr. Qin, you must be joking. I'm not here to see a doctor. Huang Weili said embarrassedly, I'm here to talk about cooperation with you. Qin Haodong said, Manager Huang, I can't think of anything to cooperate with you. Huang Weili said directly, Dr. Qin, I won't beat around the bush with you. This time, I'm here on behalf of Wilson's company. I want to talk to you about the development of the blood revival oral liquid. Cooperation. Qin Haodong smiled playfully. It's rare for Wilson's company to give me face, but you're late. I've already cooperated with Lin's group. The product will come out in a few days. Chapter 280. It's not too late. It's not too late. Huang Weili said eagerly, Wilson Company is a world-class large pharmaceutical company. As long as Dr. Qin cooperates with us, we can promote the blood revival oral liquid to the world as quickly as possible and help you make greater profits. At the same time, we will pay the liquidated damages to Lin's group on your behalf. Qin Haodong said, I still believe in Lin's group. I think it's the best cooperation between us. Huang Weili said, Dr. Qin, you're a layman. Although Lin's group is a big group in Jiangnan City, it's nothing in the world. Lin's group was originally engaged in jewelry, so it's not familiar with the pharmaceutical industry. It's not the best choice for you to cooperate with them in the pharmaceutical industry. But Wilson Company is different. We have everything that Lin's group has, and we have everything that Lin's group doesn't have. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, we will meet all your conditions. You have everything that Lin's group has? Qin Haodong asked with a playful face. Of course, Lin's group can't compare with Wilson Company in the field of medicine, Huang Weili said confidently. I have a girlfriend in Lin's group. Does Wilson Company have one? Huang Weili's expression froze. No. However, he then said, if Mr. Qin likes women, Wilson Company can find them for you all over the world. No matter what race or skin color you like, we promise to send them to your bed immediately. Qin Haodong stopped smiling and said, Huang Weili, you'd better go back. There's no possibility of me cooperating with Wilson Company. It's okay if you don't want to cooperate with us. You can sell the formula to us at any price. Huang Weili reached out a hand and said, how about 5 billion yuan? No one else can offer us this price. With 5 billion yuan, why do you still work as a doctor? You can live a comfortable life and have anything you want. He was tempted by the sky-high price of 5 billion yuan. When he thought that Huang Weili would accept this condition, Qin Haodong said without hesitation, no. No. Huang Weili looked stunned and said, Mr. Qin, you have to think about it. This is a formula. 5 billion yuan is a lot. If you don't want to, I can give you 6 billion yuan, 7 billion yuan. Finally, he slapped the table and shouted, 10 billion yuan. That's enough, 10 billion yuan. Just thinking about it made him dizzy. How much money was that? If it was exchanged for 100 yuan, he could build a house for himself. Qin Haodong said impatiently, Huang Weili, some things are not about money at all. I didn't develop the blood revival oral liquid to make money. Then why? Say it. As long as you tell us, we will definitely satisfy you. Huang Weili spoke with great confidence. Before coming here, Davis had said that he would get the formula of the blood revival oral liquid no matter the price. Qin Haodong said, "The reason why I developed the oral solution is to relieve the pain of the 4 million leukemia patients in Wuxia. It's not for money. It's a doctor's benevolence. And everything your Wilson company does is for the sake of making money. Even if you pay a high price today, the high price will be transferred to leukemia patients." Huang Weili didn't know what to say for a while. He said, "We are businessmen. Naturally, we want to make money." Qin Haodong said, "We have different goals. You can go back. There is no possibility of cooperation between me and Wilson Company." Huang Weili was a little anxious and said angrily, "Qin Haodong, do you know what you are doing? You are cutting off people's way to make money. As the saying goes, cutting off people's way to make money is equivalent to killing their parents. If you go against Wilson Company like this, you won't have a good end." Qin Haodong sneered and said, "To tell you the truth, the reason why I developed the blood revival oral liquid is that Wilson Company is too evil. You are not a pharmaceutical company at all. You are full of vampires. I don't care if you go to other places to make money, but you can't do it in Wuxia." Huang Weili said, "Qin Haodong, you are too arrogant. You are a little doctor. How can you fight against Wilson Company? I tell you, you can still make a lot of money by selling the formula now. Otherwise, when we buy Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company, you will get nothing." Qin Haodong sneered and said, "Buy. We have to sell it." "You don't have to sell it, but what is Lin's group? They are a business group. Businessmen pursue profit. As long as the price we offer is high enough, they will definitely sell Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company." Qin Haodong said, "You think too much. I am the big boss of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. Lin's group can't sell it even if they want to." "Well." Huang Weili was a little surprised, but he immediately said, "Even if you don't sell it, your company has to go public. As long as it goes public, we can buy a lot of your shares. Then the company will still be ours." Qin Haodong said, "I'm sorry. Our company has never thought about going public, so you should give up." Huang Weili felt like vomiting blood. He had some real ability to get to where he was today. He had participated in countless business negotiations, but he had never been as aggrieved as he was today. It was also the first time that he had seen someone be unmoved in the face of the temptation of money. "Qin Haodong, I warn you again that Wilson's company is far more powerful than you think. If you don't know what's good for you, I promise you won't see the sun tomorrow." While Huang Weili was talking, Qin Haodong grabbed him by the collar, opened the door and threw him out. He was fat like a meatball. This time, he rolled down the stairs. His glasses were broken, his suit was torn, and his face was covered with blood. He looked very miserable. "Qin Haodong, wait and see." Huang Weili got up from the ground and wanted to say a few more words to save his face. However, the security guard next to him directly grabbed his neck and threw him out of Lin's group. Qin Haodong turned around and went back to the office. He had expected that Wilson's company would make a move. Once the blood revival oral liquid went public, Wilson's company would definitely lose hundreds of billions of yuan. It would be strange if Qin Haodong did it quietly. As soon as he sat in the chair, the door opened and Zhang Jijie came in from the outside. "Sorry, I'm late today." Zhang Jijie said breathlessly, "Today is my wife's birthday. I ordered a cake and bought her a birthday present." "A birthday present?" Qin Haodong suddenly thought of something. He stood up and said, "Brother Zhang, you stay here for a while. I have something to do." Zhang Jijie said with a smile, "Brother Qin, what are you talking about? You are now the son-in-law of the company. Your status is the same as that of the president. You can go if you want. You don't need to ask me for leave." Qin Haodong drove straight out of the city and circled around Jiangnan City. Finally, he stopped near a green lawn on Binhai Avenue. He got out of the car and checked it. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out the formation plate from the storage ring and quickly set up the next formation. When everything was done, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Momo. "Haodong, where have you been?" "Nothing. I just came out for a ride," Qin Haodong said. "I've already talked with Boss Wang of the family pharmaceutical factory. The contract will be signed at 2:00 this afternoon. Come with me." "No problem. I'll go back right away." Then, Qin Haodong got in the car and drove to Lin's group. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Haodong accompanied Lin Momo to the traditional Chinese medicine factory they were going to buy. Lu Yage, the assistant of the president, came with them. Maybe because it was going to be sold, the sign at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory had been taken down. However, the management was not bad. The factory was clean and tidy, and a faint smell of traditional Chinese medicine could be smelled. As soon as they got out of the car, a middle-aged man in his 40s immediately greeted them. He was Wang Aigua, the owner of the pharmaceutical factory. "President Lin, you're here." Wang Aigua enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Momo. He automatically ignored Qin Haodong, thinking that he was Lin Momo's secretary or driver. After shaking hands, he continued, "President Lin, let me tell you, it's definitely a good deal for you to buy my pharmaceutical factory. The production lines and equipment are all the latest. I've been maintaining them all these years. As long as you get them, you can start production." Lin Momo smiled and said, "Boss Wang, let me introduce you to Qin Haodong, the big boss of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. I'm just a worker." Wang Aigua was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the ordinary young man turned out to be a big boss. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Sorry. Sorry. Boss Tang, you're really young and promising." Qin Haodong didn't care. He nodded slightly and said, "Boss Wang, I think your factory is very good. Why do you want to sell it?" Wang Aigua hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Qin, to tell you the truth, I used to be in the real estate business. I made some money a few years ago. I felt that I couldn't put all my eggs in one basket, so I built this pharmaceutical factory and wanted to enter the pharmaceutical industry. I'm not very good at traditional Chinese medicine. After building this pharmaceutical factory, the raw materials of traditional Chinese medicine rose sharply, but the sales volume couldn't go up, and the price couldn't be raised. After 2 years, I lost tens of millions of yuan. I had no choice but to stop production and do real estate." While talking, they came to a small conference room in the pharmaceutical factory. Wang Aigua politely invited them to sit down and said, "Mr. Qin, President Lin has talked to me twice before. This pharmaceutical factory is worth 500 million yuan. I'm already losing money by selling it. If you agree, we can sign the contract today and this pharmaceutical factory will belong to you immediately." Since they had talked about it before, Qin Haodong didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He said, "Boss Wang, I'm also a straightforward person. Let's sign the contract now. Mr. Qin, you're really straightforward. You're young and promising." Wang Aigua was overjoyed. His pharmaceutical factory had been listed for sale for 2 years. Today, it was finally sold. He immediately called 2 secretaries and brought over the contract that had been prepared. Lin Momo took the contract and briefly read it. Then, she asked her professionals to review it in detail. After confirming that there was no problem, she sent it to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong took the pen, signed his name directly, and then sent it back to Wang Aigua. Wang Aigua looked excited. He picked up the pen and was about to sign. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Then, a voice came, "Wait, you can't sign it." Chapter 281. Wang Aigua was shocked. He put down the pen in his hand and turned to look at the door. Everyone else followed. 7 or 8 people came in through the door, led by Huang Weili. Wang Aigua's face darkened when he saw someone break into his conference room without permission. He asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Huang Weili laughed and found a chair to sit down. Then he said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Weili, the head of the Wilson Company's department in the Jiangnan area." Wilson Company was a well-known pharmaceutical giant in the world. Wang Aigua's face eased a little when he heard Huang Weili's identity. He said, "Manager Huang, what can I do for you?" Huang Weili said, "Mr. Wang, I'm here to give you money. Wilson Company is very interested in your pharmaceutical factory, so we want to buy you." Lin Momo's face suddenly became ugly when she heard Huang Weili's words. It was obvious that this guy was here to ruin her plan. Qin Haodong knew Wilson Company's purpose better. Their purpose had failed just now, and now they were trying to trip him up. Wang Aigua didn't expect that his pharmaceutical factory, which had been empty for 2 years, would be bought one after another today. He said, "Manager Huang, I'm sorry. My factory has been sold to Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company, Limited. The contract is about to be signed." Huang Weili said with a sinister smile, "You haven't signed the contract yet, have you? Then it has no legal effect." Wang Aigua said, "But we've already negotiated the price. We businessmen always have to keep our word." Huang Weili said, "I know that Lin's group offered you 500 million yuan for the factory. I'll double it. I'll give you 1 billion yuan. How about you sell it to me and you'll make double the profit right away, 1 billion yuan. Wang Aigua was shocked by Huang Weili's generosity. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Manager Huang. I think credibility is the most important thing. 5 billion. Huang Weili was not in a hurry. It seemed that he had won Wang Aigua. "Manager Huang, it's really not about money. 2 billion. Huang Weili raised the price by 500 million yuan again and said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You should know that your factory is not worth this price even in its heyday. This deal." In the end, Wang Aigua was defeated by Huang Wei's money. He turned around and said to Qin Haodong awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. We're doing business. We can't just ignore the money." Lin Momo and Lu Yage were angry, but Qin Haodong didn't care. He glanced at Huang Weili and said lightly, "Manager Huang, your Wilson Company is a Western medicine company. Is it worth it to spend so much money to rob a useless traditional Chinese medicine factory from me?" Huang Weili smiled proudly and said, "Of course it's worth it. Do you know how much our Wilson Company sells Baikong Sting for a day? 2 billion yuan is just a small amount. As long as we can stop your blood revival oral liquid from going on the market, it will be the biggest profit for us. But even if my acquisition here is unsuccessful, I will build factories elsewhere. You can't possibly buy the whole of Wuxia, right? It seems that you really are a doctor. You don't understand." Huang Weili said, "Although we can't buy the whole of Wuxia, stopping you from buying this traditional Chinese medicine factory can greatly delay the launch of the blood revival oral liquid. If your medicine goes on the market 1 day later, our Wilson Company can earn 1 more day. It's absolutely not a loss. Yes, it's really a good businessman's plan." Qin Haodong nodded and said, "It's a pity that you won't succeed. Boss Wang will eventually sell the factory to me." "Sell it to you?" Huang Weili said disdainfully, "Don't think that I don't know how much money you have. Lin's group has invested only 2.5 billion yuan in total. Do you want to buy this factory with all of it? Then you won't have to produce it anymore." Qin Haodong waved his hand and said, "You're wrong. We only have 500 million yuan, but Boss Wang will definitely sell it to us." "Childish. How childish." Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? You don't want to make money, but you want to cure diseases and save people. Huang Weili laughed and said, "What's the most important thing for a businessman? It's money, you know. It's money. You just saw that as long as we offer a high enough price, he will definitely sell the factory to us." You're wrong. There's something more important than money, and that's life. No matter how much money a person has, he must be alive to spend it. Otherwise, it's not your wealth at all. Qin Haodong ignored Huang Weili and turned to look at Wang Aigua. "Boss Wang, there's something I wanted to say to you after signing the contract. It seems that I have to do it in advance. Do you often feel chest tightness, suffocation, chest pain, and weakness in your limbs? You don't have the energy to do anything?" "Yes, it's true. I haven't been feeling well recently. Yesterday I went to Jiangnan Hospital for a full-body physical examination. Today I'm going to get the test results after signing the contract." Wang Aigua asked in surprise, "Mr. Qin, how do you know?" Qin Haodong said, "I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. Chinese medicine pays attention to look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. If I'm not wrong, Boss Wang has lung cancer, and it has reached the late stage." Late lung cancer. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Wang Aigua knew that he was in poor health, he didn't believe that he had such a terrible terminal disease. "Boss Wang, in fact, you don't have to be too nervous. Even if you really have terminal lung cancer, I can cure you." Wang Aigua was at a loss for a moment when he suddenly heard that he had such a serious disease. Huang Weili said, "Boss Wang, don't listen to him. He's just fooling you. He wants you to sign the contract without spending more money." Wang Aigua thought about it and felt that Huang Weili's words made sense. His expression eased a little. Qin Haodong said lightly, "Boss Wang, in fact, it's very easy to verify whether what I said is true or not. You can call the hospital now and ask for the results of your test." Wang Aigua felt that it made sense. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He had just turned the phone to silent mode for signing the contract. At this time, he found that there were more than a dozen missed calls, all from the physical examination department of Jiangnan Hospital. Seeing so many calls and thinking of what Qin Haodong said, he suddenly became nervous and quickly called back. The phone was connected. A nurse's voice came over the phone. "Is this Mr. Wang Aigua? Your physical examination report has come out. It has been confirmed that you have terminal lung cancer. Please come to the hospital immediately for treatment." Before the nurse finished speaking, Wang Aigua hung up the phone with a pale face. He had never thought that he would have such a terminal disease one day. Qin Haodong said, "What do you think, Mr. Wang? Am I right?" Wang Aigua came to his senses in an instant. He stepped forward and grabbed Qin Haodong's hand. He said nervously, "Dr. Qin, can you cure my disease? Please, you must save me. As long as you can save my life, I will agree to any conditions." Before Qin Haodong could speak, Huang Weili said, "Boss Wang, you are really stupid. How can traditional Chinese medicine cure your cancer? I know Dr. James, an expert of the World Medical Association. He is the top expert in heart and lung medicine. As long as you agree to sell the factory to us, I will contact James immediately and send you to M country for free. You will receive the world's top treatment there." "Really? Is what you said true?" Wang Aigua was originally a very smart person, but at this time, he suffered a sudden blow and became a little out of his wits. Huang Weili said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can call James now. You can tell him." After that, he took out his mobile phone and found a phone number marked with Dr. James in front of Wang Aigua. Then he pressed the speakerphone button. When the phone was connected, Huang Wei said in standard English, "Hello, Mr. James. I'm Huang Weili from Wuxia. I want to ask you for help." He had studied in M country for 4 years. He had always been proud of his fluent American English. After that, he couldn't help glancing at Qin Haodong with a proud expression on his face. At this time, someone on the other side of the phone said, "Huang Weili. Is it the guy from Wilson Company? Aren't you from Wuxia? Why are you speaking English?" Although the other side's Wuxia language was a little stiff, it was still fluent. "Are you Dr. James?" Huang Weili couldn't help but look at the phone number on the screen again. Hearing the other side's pure Wuxia language, he thought he had called the wrong number. "It's me. I'm warning you, boy. I'm practicing Wuxia now. If you speak English again, I'll hang up." "No, don't hang up." Huang Weili hurriedly said in Wuxia language, "Mr. James, I have a friend who has lung cancer. It's probably in the late stage. I want to ask you for help." "Well, then you can ask him to come to M country and register at the World Medical Association first." James's attitude was businesslike. Next to him, Wang Igua couldn't help but say, "Dr. James, I'm a sick patient. Can I ask you a few questions?" "Yes, but you have to hurry up. My time is very precious." "Dr. James, what are the chances of my disease being cured by surgery?" James said, "If you are diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, there is no possibility of cure at all. We can only help you prolong the rest of your life as much as possible." Hearing this, Wang Igua's face turned pale and his hands began to tremble slightly. He asked again, "How long can it prolong my life?" "It's hard to say. It depends on the success rate of the operation and the patient's self-care. Generally speaking, it's between 3 months and 3 years." Hearing that he had 3 years to live at most, Wang Igua's face turned pale, but he still asked with the last glimmer of hope, "Dr. James, is there no way to cure my disease completely? You can spend as much money as you want. It's not about money. You know, even if you are a king or the richest man in the world, you can only do this." Speaking of this, James suddenly asked, "Where are you from in Wuxia? You seem to be from the south of the Yangtze River." Wang Igua didn't know why James suddenly asked this. He said subconsciously, "I'm from the south of the Yangtze River." Hearing that, James immediately became excited and said, "It would be easy if you were from the south of the Yangtze River. My teacher is in the south of the Yangtze River. He will definitely be able to cure your disease." Wang Igua's eyes immediately lit up with hope. He asked, "Dr. James, who is your teacher? Please tell me quickly. I'll go to see him now." James said, "My teacher is the medical sage of Wuxia. His name is Qin Haodong." Wang Igua's hands trembled and he almost dropped his phone to the ground. He turned to look at Qin Haodong next to him. Chapter 282. On the other side of the phone, James continued, "My teacher is a Chinese medicine practitioner, a magical Chinese medicine practitioner, the best Chinese medicine practitioner in Wuxia. Don't be fooled by his age and don't be bothered by his handsome appearance. His medical skills are definitely beyond your imagination." He kept talking, and Huang Weili's face turned green. He didn't expect that the doctor he had tried so hard to find would advertise Qin Haodong for free. If it went on like this, his plan to buy the traditional Chinese medicine factory would be aborted. He immediately hung up the phone in a hurry. "Boss Wang, don't listen to this foreigner's nonsense. He's just a Western doctor. He doesn't know Chinese medicine at all. And don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. It can cure colds and fevers, but it has no way to deal with cancer." Wang Igua asked, "But didn't you just say that Dr. James is the best cardiopulmonary expert in the world?" That's what I said, but, Huang Weili was embarrassed. He stammered for a long time and didn't say anything. The feeling of slapping his own face was really uncomfortable. Lu Yage said, "Boss Wang, do you know why Dr. Qin wants to buy your pharmaceutical factory?" "I don't know." Wang Igua shook his head. After 2 years, someone finally wanted to buy his factory. He was very happy. How could he say so much? What if the other party didn't want to buy it? Then let me tell you. Lu Yage said, Dr. Qin has developed a new Chinese medicine called the Blood Revival Oral Liquid, which can cure leukemia completely. He wants to buy your pharmaceutical factory for mass production. Cure leukemia. How is that possible? Although Wang Aigua was not a doctor, he knew very well that leukemia was an incurable disease. Nothing is impossible. My daughter is a leukemia patient, and now she has been completely cured by Dr. Qin. Lu Yage said, leukemia is also called blood cancer. Now you should believe that Dr. Qin can completely cure your lung cancer, right? I believe it. After saying that, Wang Aigua knelt down in front of Qin Haodong and begged, Dr. Qin, I'm not 50 years old yet. Please cure my disease. I'll sell this factory to you. You don't have to pay me 500 million yuan, 300 million yuan, or even nothing. Although money was a good thing, and although he was a businessman who pursued profits, he still needed to be alive to spend it. In the face of the threat of death, everything became unimportant to him. Huang Weili's face was full of black lines. What was going on? He was originally here to cause trouble. How did it seem like he was helping others to bargain? Not only did he fail to buy it, but the other party's price was so much cheaper. If Davis knew about this, he would be skinned alive. Qin Haodong helped Wang Aigua up from the ground and said, Don't worry, I will cure you. I bought this pharmaceutical factory to help people cure diseases. As for this pharmaceutical factory, everything will be done according to the contract. We will pay you 500 million yuan, not a penny less. Dr. Qin, you are such a good doctor. Wang Aigua said, grabbed the contract next to him, picked up the pen, and signed his name. He presented the contract to Qin Haodong with both hands and said respectfully, Dr. Qin, from now on, this pharmaceutical factory belongs to you. Seeing that his offer of 2 billion yuan still failed to stop Qin Haodong from buying the traditional Chinese medicine factory, Huang Weili said angrily, wait and see. You will regret it. After saying that, he could only leave with his subordinates dejectedly. After he left, Qin Haodong found a quiet room and let Wang Aigua lie on the bed. Then, he began to treat him. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, the meridians were blocked by various lesions and toxins, which was also the cause of the formation of tumors. Therefore, the first step Qin Haodong needed to do was to help him detoxify. This time, Qin Haodong used the 5 phoenix Chaoyang needle. After the silver needles were inserted one by one, the toxins in Wang Aigua's body were slowly forced from his head and limbs to his chest. Finally, Wang Aigua spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with blood clots. His body suddenly felt much more comfortable. The first step was to dredge the meridians and expel the virus. The second step was to help him repair the damaged tissues and organs in his lungs through the rejuvenative acupuncture. Half an hour later, Wang Aigua reappeared in front of everyone. At this time, his breathing was steady and his face was ruddy. He did not look like a lung cancer patient at all. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Thank you so much. Although only half an hour had passed, Wang Aigua felt as if he had been reborn. His spirit and body had changed greatly. Keep this prescription and take the medicine on time. You will be completely back to normal in half a month. Qin Haodong wrote a prescription and sent it to Wang Aigua. Then, he asked Lu Yage and Wang Aigua to handle the relevant transfer procedures of the factory. After they left, Lin Momo accompanied Qin Haodong to inspect the factory thoroughly. She was really satisfied with the factory as a whole. At this moment, Qin Haodong's phone rang. Qin Haodong glanced at it and saw that the caller was Luo Jin. He smiled at Lin Momo and said, "It seems that good things come in pairs today." Sure enough, after answering the phone, Luo Jin said, "Dr. Qin, where are you? I have the approval for the blood revival oral liquid. I will send it to you now. 20 minutes later, Luo Jin's Mercedes-Benz business car stopped in front of the traditional Chinese medicine factory. He quickly walked into the small conference room with a file bag in his hand. Dr. Qin, this is the approval for the medicine. Please have a look. Then, he handed over the file bag in his hand. Boss Luo, you are so efficient. Qin Haodong laughed and handed the file to Lin Momo. Lin Momo and the professionals of the group checked it carefully and confirmed that there was no problem with the approval. Luo Jin knew his own difficulties. Although it didn't take him 5 days to get the approval, only the heavens knew how much the Luo group had paid. They had used almost all their connections in the pharmaceutical industry and spent a lot of money to get this done. Dr. Qin, I have done what you asked me to do. Do you think you should return the agreement to me? The so-called agreement was actually Luo Qingming's confession. As long as it was in Qin Haodong's hands, he could not be at ease. If Qin Haodong was unhappy one day, he could send his son to prison at any time. I am a man of my word. Since I have helped us get the approval, it is useless for me to keep it. Qin Haodong took out the signed agreement from his pocket and threw it to Luo Jin. Boss Luo, happy cooperation. If you want to take revenge in the future, just come to me. Qin Haodong really didn't care about small characters like the Luo group. As long as they dared to make trouble for him, they would inevitably pay a great price. Dr. Qin, you must be joking. Although Luo Jin hated them to death in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He checked the agreement and turned to leave the traditional Chinese medicine factory. Next, Lin Momo also fell into a state of nervous busyness. Now that the factory and the batch number of the product were available, she immediately began to purchase medicinal materials and prepare for production. Lin Momo temporarily handed over the work of the Lin Group to Enbiru and focused on the Tangmen Pharmaceutical Company. She began to busy herself with the basic work of assigning offices, setting up product laboratories, preparing staff dormitories, canteens and other basic work all afternoon. At the same time, she asked Saber to set up a security department and transferred a large number of security guards from the Daddy Security Company to take charge of the security here. When they returned home in the evening, the little fellow fell asleep. Qin Haodong took Lin Momo's hand and said, Tang Tang is asleep. Lin Momo said, I know. We have been tired all day. Let's go to bed. How can we do that? Today is a happy day. We should celebrate. Qin Haodong looked at Lin Momo with burning eyes and said. Celebrate? Lin Momo thought for a moment. Today, they had negotiated the acquisition of the factory, and then they got the batch number of the product. They had completed 2 major things in succession to prepare for the Tangmen Pharmaceutical Company. It was indeed necessary to celebrate. As if feeling the heat in Qin Haodong's eyes, she reached out to pinch the corner of her clothes and asked nervously, How do you want to celebrate? Although they hadn't been together for a long time, they had a deep emotional foundation. They were only a little bit away from the last step. Naturally, Lin Momo thought that Qin Haodong wanted to celebrate today's success with her in that special way. Qin Haodong grabbed Lin Momo's hand and pulled her into his arms. When Lin Momo thought something was going to happen, Qin Haodong said, Of course we can't celebrate at home. How about we go out together? Go out? What about Tang Tang? Just leave it to her grandfather. Qin Haodong said as he took Lin Momo to Lin Ziyuan's room. Now he was the son-in-law in Lin Ziyuan's eyes. After understanding their purpose, Lin Ziyuan said happily, Go ahead. You have been busy for so long. It's time to go out and relax. Leave Tang Tang to me. Don't come back tonight. Qin Haodong took Lin Momo to the car and they left the Lin's villa. Where are you taking me? Lin Momo asked shyly. In her opinion, Qin Haodong must take her to a hotel and get a room. Thinking of the passionate night 5 years ago, she couldn't help but feel hot all over, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. "Don't worry. You'll know when we get there." Qin Haodong grabbed her hand and shook it. Then, he drove the car quickly out of the city. Seeing that they had left the city and the surrounding lights were getting dimmer and dimmer, Lin Momo asked strangely, "Haodong, what are you doing?" She was getting more and more nervous. Was Qin Haodong going to take her to the suburbs to have sex? Although the two of them already had a deep emotional foundation, the first time was already so exciting. Should he accept or reject it? If she accepted, no matter what, she was the president of two companies. If she was really seen by others, how could she face others in the future? If she didn't accept, would he be angry? While she was thinking, Qin Haodong's car had already gotten on Binhai Avenue and continued to move forward under the dim street lights. After another 10 minutes, the car drove out of the road and came to a quiet lawn. After parking the car, Qin Haodong took Lin Momo's hand and got out of the car. "Here we are." Lin Momo felt that her heart was about to jump out. It seemed that she had guessed right. He really wanted to do outdoor sports here. "Haodong, let's go back. I don't think it's good here." Lin Momo felt that her voice was trembling. "Why not? This is the place I carefully chose during the day. I've seen all the suburbs of Jiangnan City. This is the most suitable place." Lin Momo whispered, "But I think it's better to do it in the room. The room is too dull. It's not exciting at all." Qin Haodong took Lin Momo's hand and said affectionately, "I want you to remember today's feeling forever and never forget it." Chapter 283. Here. Lin Momo looked around and still couldn't accept it for a while. Qin Haodong took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. Then, he began to count down, 10. 9. 8. Lin Momo became more and more nervous. Was there a countdown for this kind of thing? Was it going to start soon? Qin Haodong looked at the time on his mobile phone and continued to read carefully, 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Lin Momo, who had been in a state of tension, realized that it was her birthday at this moment. So many things had happened in Lin's group during this period, and the establishment of Tangmen Pharmaceutical Company. She had put all her time and energy into work and had forgotten her birthday. She didn't expect Qin Haodong to be so careful. He remembered it when she had forgotten it. Thinking of this, her eyes were slightly wet, and she was a little shy. It turned out that Qin Haodong didn't bring her here to do that kind of thing, but to celebrate her birthday. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked, "Thank you, Haodong, but how did you know it's my birthday? You are my woman. How could I not remember your birthday?" Qin Haodong said passionately, but he was secretly sweating. If Zhang Jijia hadn't bought a birthday gift for his wife today, he would have forgotten Lin Momo's birthday. Lin Momo adjusted her mood, looked up and asked, "Where's my birthday gift?" "The gift is here. I've already prepared it for you." Qin Haodong pointed around and said, "I told you to remember this birthday for the rest of your life." Lin Momo glanced around and said, "You don't want to give me this grassland, do you? Close your eyes first, and the gift will be here soon." Although the plot was a bit old-fashioned, it was very suitable for this situation. Lin Momo slowly closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes flickered. Her heart was full of expectation. She didn't know what kind of surprise this little man would give her. At this moment, she was no longer the domineering female president of the group, but a little girl looking forward to a gift. Qin Haodong snapped his fingers and shouted, "Open your eyes, my princess." Lin Momo held her hands in front of her chest and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the scene in front of her, she instantly opened her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of shock. She couldn't believe everything in front of her was real. At this moment, there was no longer any dark grass around him. Everything in front of him was lit up, and it was beautiful beyond imagination. It was like a world from a fairy tale. The space they were in was filled with peach blossom trees. Pink peach blossom petals floated everywhere, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. In the woods, bees were playing among the butterflies, birds of various colors were flying around, and several beautiful deer were wandering around. There was no fear in their eyes when they saw Qin Haodong and Lin Momo. Not far away, there was a small lake. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Fish of all sizes swam leisurely in the water, and there were a few beautiful black swans playing on the surface. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Lin Momo put her finger in her mouth and bit it gently. The sharp tingling told her that all this was real, not a dream. She withdrew her hand and was surprised to find that her clothes had changed. She ran to the lake and looked in the mirror. She found that there was an extremely beautiful princess in the lake. She was wearing a princess laurel crown on her head and a beautiful princess gauze dress. However, the extremely beautiful face was indeed her own. Haodong, what the hell is going on? Lin Momo couldn't figure out what had happened. She turned around and wanted to ask Qin Haodong, but she heard the sound of horse hooves. Qin Haodong had turned into a prince in a fairy tale, riding a white horse and slowly walking to her side. Happy birthday, my little princess. After Qin Haodong said that, the whole peach blossom forest was filled with happy birthday wishes. The birds in the trees, the deer next to her, and even the fish in the lake jumped out and gave their birthday wishes to Lin Momo. Oh my God! Lin Momo covered her mouth, and her heart was full of shock and emotion. She didn't know how Qin Haodong did it, but all of this had drowned her in happiness. She had never had such a special birthday in more than 20 years. Qin Haodong snapped his fingers again. The peach blossom forest above her head was instantly filled with petals, and beautiful peach blossom rain fell. In the sky, a burst of firecrackers sounded, and bursts of fireworks flew into the sky, and finally formed a few big words. Little Princess Lin Momo, happy birthday. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Lin Momo had been completely melted by happiness. Although she had become a mother of a child, although she was the president of 2 companies, she was a woman after all. As long as she was a woman, there was a fairy tale world hidden in her heart, a hidden princess dream. At this moment, Qin Haodong really helped her realize it. She was now a princess, a very happy princess. Unconsciously, Lin Momo's face was covered with tears. Qin Haodong stepped forward and held her in his arms. He reached out to help her wipe the tears on her face and said, "You are a princess. Why are you still crying?" However, the more tears she wiped, the more they flowed. "Haodong, thank you." Lin Momo looked at the handsome man in front of her and said. Yes, he was her prince. Don't thank me. You are my woman, and it is my duty to make you happy. But, how did you do it? Lin Momo looked at everything in front of her, as if she was really in a fairy tale world. Of course it's fake. It's a little illusion I prepared for you. After saying that, Qin Haodong raised his hand and waved. The surrounding scenery disappeared in an instant, and the 2 of them returned to the dark wilderness in an instant. This inspiration came from the illusion formation of Jiaxing Palace. Now that he had Xikong Jiaxing's formation disc and formation flag, he could set up an illusion formation at any time. However, no one but him could set up such a big illusion formation for a woman's birthday. Everything had disappeared, but Lin Momo's heart was still full of emotion. She was full of love for the man in front of her, and she could not extricate herself. She said, "Get in the car, let's go." After saying that, Lin Momo quickly walked to the Lamborghini. Unlike before, she directly sat in the driver's seat. "Are you going home?" Qin Haodong sat in the passenger seat and asked. "No, let's go to the hotel." Lin Momo's voice was a little shy, but it was very firm. She drove straight to the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel. It was not far from the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the front desk of the hotel. What are you going to do? Do you want to have supper? Qin Haodong thought as he followed Lin Momo, and at the same time, there was a faint expectation in his heart. Please get me a room. Lin Momo said to the front desk clerk. Miss, how many rooms? The clerk glanced at the two of them and asked. A room with a king-sized bed. After hearing the words, king-sized bedroom, Qin Haodong's heart beat wildly. Was this, the exciting moment finally coming? Okay, room 415. After taking the room card from the clerk, Lin Momo turned and walked to the elevator. Qin Haodong hurried to follow her. Looking at the slender and sexy back, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. What was going on? After all, he used to be an immortal emperor who indulged in women. How could he be so excited? Was it because it was the first time after his rebirth? The two of them stood in the elevator together. Lin Momo's cheeks were blushing, and she no longer looked cold. It seemed that her courage had just been used up. She lowered her head and did not dare to look up at Qin Haodong's eyes. Fortunately, the floor was not high, and the elevator soon reached the 4th floor. After opening the room, the two of them entered the room and closed the door. Lin Momo still did not dare to look at Qin Haodong. She bowed her head and said, I'll take a bath first. Okay. Qin Haodong nodded, then walked around the room and closed the curtains. At this time, he felt his heart beating faster and faster, and his whole body was full of heat. Even his nostrils had a hot feeling. What was going on? He was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. How could this happen? Be a little more promising, okay? In the bathroom, Lin Momo took off her clothes one by one. Although she had decided to cross the last threshold with Qin Haodong tonight, she could not help but feel a little nervous, and her fingers were trembling slightly. Soon, her clothes were all taken off, and her figure, which was no less than that of any top international model, was exposed to the air. Through the frosted door of the bathroom, Qin Haodong saw Lin Momo's vague figure. He could not help but think of the hot night 5 years ago. Although they were both drunk at that time, they still remembered every bit of that passionate night very clearly. As time passed, he was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, and the two of them had to relive the old dream. Time went by, and Lin Momo washed very slowly. After more than half an hour, the bathroom door slowly opened. Lin Momo first stretched out her snow-white long legs, and then walked out from inside. The white dress on her body had already disappeared, and she was only wrapped in a towel. Her smooth, snow-white shoulders and slender, long legs were all exposed. The beauty came out of the bath. Her long wet hair was scattered behind her head, and her white skin was flushed. She exuded a kind of suffocating beauty from head to toe. Lin Momo glanced at Qin Haodong with a little shyness and said, What are you looking at? It's your turn to take a bath. Oh. Don't worry, I'll be ready soon. Qin Haodong looked at Lin Momo's attractive figure and swallowed a few times. Then, he rushed into the bathroom like a wind, took off his clothes, turned on the water, and washed the soap in one go. He rushed out again in less than 5 minutes. Lin Momo did not lie on the bed. She paced back and forth in the room, as if this could relieve her inner tension. It was no wonder that she was nervous. She had lived with Tang Tang for 4 or 5 years, and today she was going to start a new life. Although the relationship between the two of them was successful, they were still a little complicated at the last moment. There was nervousness, shyness, and expectation. I'm coming. While speaking, Qin Haodong came behind Lin Momo. Oh. So fast. Lin Momo did not expect Qin Haodong to come out so fast, and her body became hotter and hotter. What should I do? Should I take a bath for a while? No. No, Lin Momo turned around and looked at Qin Haodong's strong body without a trace of fat. Qin Haodong reached out his big hand, grabbed the bath towel around Lin Momo's waist, and gently pulled it. Suddenly, the breathtakingly beautiful scenery violently impacted his visual nerves. Looking at the beauty in front of him, his breathing became more and more rapid. Suddenly, he reached out and held Lin Momo in his arms, and kissed her hard. The dry firewood was burning, and the whole room was full of tempting spring. Chapter 284. There were many kinds of women. Some were like Hu Shaoxian, who looked sexy, but kept her chastity. Some were like Nalan Wuxia, who looked like a female tyrannosaurus, but her feelings were delicate. Some were like Lin Momo, who looked as cold as an iceberg, but her heart was very hot. Qin Haodong had experienced Lin Momo's passion 5 years ago, and he was reliving it today. After removing any cover, the cold and domineering female president was like an active volcano erupting again. Not only was she hot, but even Qin Haodong was melting. The battle started, and the battlefield kept moving. In less than an hour, from the room to the bathroom, from the bathroom to the rooftop, from the floor to the floor, the traces of the two people's battle were everywhere. Although Lin Momo had experienced this once, she was drunk at that time, so the experience was not very clear. Today, under Qin Haodong's continuous attacks, she finally tasted the extreme pleasure wave after wave. Finally, the battle stopped. Lin Momo lay in Qin Haodong's arms, and her white cheeks were flushed after the excitement. After a struggle, Qin Haodong's body was covered with sweat. He looked at the woman in his arms lovingly and said, "How is it? Do you feel good?" "Very good." Lin Momo closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the current feeling. "Did I do well?" Although he was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, Qin Haodong still couldn't be free in this regard. He asked a question that was extremely stupid, but ordinary men would ask. "Deal with it," Lin Momo said. Seeing that his credit was denied, Qin Haodong was a little unhappy and said, "Deal with it. Forget how you begged for mercy just now." As the Emperor Greenwood, who was proficient in medicine, he was extremely confident in this regard, so he couldn't accept the evaluation of a woman. Lin Momo glanced at him charmingly and said in a sweet voice, "When did I beg for mercy? It's obvious that you're weak." Looking at her seductive eyes, the fire in Qin Haodong's heart rose again. He looked down at her body, which was exuding incomparable temptation, and kissed her again. "Again, don't beg for mercy this time. Come on, I'm not afraid of you," Lin Momo said without showing weakness. The woman's provocation greatly aroused Qin Haodong's fighting spirit. In such a situation, conquering a woman was what a man wanted to do most. "See how I'm going to deal with you. This time, it's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks." Then, he raised his hand and slapped Lin Momo's plump place below her waist. The slap was loud, crisp, and full of strength. In addition to leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on Lin Momo's snow-white skin, it also added a hint of ambiguous atmosphere to the room. "It feels really good." Qin Haodong looked at his right hand and said with satisfaction, "You hurt me." Although Lin Momo said so, there was a burning flame in her eyes, which made Qin Haodong have an impulse to swallow her. "I'm coming." He growled and was about to pounce on her again, but Lin Momo pushed him down on the bed. Before Qin Haodong understood what was going on, Lin Momo had already taken the initiative to attack. "Since you're not afraid of being tired, then come up." Qin Haodong lay on the bed, appreciating the constantly undulating peaks in front of him, feeling the bursts of pleasure coming from his brain nerves. He felt that he was the happiest man in the world. Before they knew it, the two of them had been tossing and turning for most of the night. They took a nap near dawn. When they opened their eyes, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Momo, who was like an erupting volcano, underestimated Qin Haodong's fighting power and overestimated her physical quality. At this time, lying on the bed, she was as soft as noodles. It turned out that this kind of thing could not only rely on enthusiasm, but also a good body as a foundation. Looking at the beauty curled up in his arms, Qin Haodong's eyes were inexplicably shining. It was hard to imagine that Lin Momo, who looked cold, would be so amazing when she erupted. However, only he could enjoy this kind of heat. Thinking back to the past, 5 years ago could only be called an encounter, a one-night love. But at this time, Lin Momo had really become his woman. Lin Momo's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her big eyes. She saw that Qin Haodong was looking at her with burning eyes. Her body was not covered at all, and her extremely sexy figure was completely exposed to his eyes. At this time, she was a little shy again. She reached out to pull the quilt next to her, but was stopped by Qin Haodong. "What are you going to do?" Lin Momo said shyly with her hands crossed in front of her chest. Qin Haodong looked at her like a big wolf looking at a little sheep and said, "I'll do whatever you want me to do." "No, I really don't want to do it now," Lin Momo said hurriedly. "Really? Last night, who sat on me like a knight, and then even her legs got cramps." Lin Momo's face suddenly turned red. She was a little embarrassed when she thought of the crazy things she had done. She directly plunged her head into Qin Haodong's arms. Although she had always paid great attention to physical exercise, she had never done so many squats at one time. The most direct result was that both legs got cramps at the same time. Thinking of the scene, it was really embarrassing. She now regretted it very much. It was estimated that this matter would be laughed at by Qin Haodong for the rest of her life. It seemed that she must practice more weight squats in the future. Just as she was making plans for the future, she suddenly felt that Qin Haodong held her in his arms again and began to prepare for a certain exercise. "No, please don't. I can't, I really can't. I said, don't beg for mercy. It's useless even if you shout your throat out." While talking, they fought again. Lin Momo's mouth kept making sounds, but it was not begging for mercy, but another kind of cheerful cry. After a long time, Lin Momo fell into Qin Haodong's arms again. The room echoed with the sound of two people's heavy breathing. After a while, there was a rumbling sound. Qin Haodong looked at Lin Momo with a smile and said, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." Lin Momo nodded. It had been almost 10 hours since last night's dinner, and they had been doing intense exercise. How could they not be hungry? "Then let's go out for dinner," Qin Haodong said. "It's all your fault. I don't have the strength to walk now," Lin Momo said as she punched Qin Haodong in the chest, but even her fist was weak, which showed how serious the physical overdraft was. Looking at her lazy look, Qin Haodong felt a sense of pride. He said with a smile, "Well, what do you want to eat?" "I'll ask the hotel restaurant to deliver the food." Lin Momo said, "It's up to you. As long as I have food now." Qin Haodong called the front desk of the hotel and ordered a few of Lin Momo's favorite dishes to be delivered immediately. After hanging up the phone, he said to Lin Momo, "You go take a shower." "Go ahead. I have to rest," Lin Momo said weakly. Qin Haodong patted her smooth back, then got up and went to the bathroom. Shortly after he left, Lin Momo's cell phone rang. Lin Momo grabbed the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Che Xiaoxiao. Her heart suddenly tightened. Last night, she had been looking for the hotel. In her impression, dreamy Jiangnan was the closest and the most familiar place, so she went directly there. She had forgotten that Che Xiaoxiao was the general manager here. She pressed the answer button, and Che Xiaoxiao's voice came over the phone. "Momo, where are you?" I'm working in the company." Lin Momo told a lie, but she stammered when she spoke. She had never lied before. "Are you sure you're in the company?" Che Xiaoxiao asked. "Yes. I'm sure." At this point, Lin Momo could only continue to lie, otherwise she would inevitably be laughed at by her best friend. Oh. I see. Che Xiaoxiao said jokingly, as soon as I got to work, I received a complaint from a guest that a woman in room 415 screamed too loudly last night, which seriously affected their rest. I just checked the identity registration information, and it seems to be yours. Did you lose your ID card? For a moment, Lin Momo's cheeks were as red as if they were bleeding. This kind of thing was known by others, even if it was her best friend, it was extremely embarrassing. However, it seemed that Che Xiaoxiao didn't want to stop there. She continued seriously, since you're at work, it means that someone used your information to stay in the hotel. This kind of thing is illegal. I'll call the police now, and they must arrest this person. Don't call the police. Lin Momo hurriedly stopped Che Xiaoxiao. If this matter was reported to the police, it would be a big joke. Why not? Is it you who lives in the hotel? Che Xiaoxiao asked again. Yes. It's me, Lin Momo said these words like a mosquito. At this time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. If she had known this, she would not have come to dreamy Jiangnan. However, Che Xiaoxiao didn't want to let her go. She smiled again and asked, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Do you want to call the police?" It's me. You said the woman who was complained about was me. What's wrong? You damned girl, are you satisfied this time? Lin Momo, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out at this moment. Ha! 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 On the other side of the phone, Che Xiaoxiao laughed crazily. After a while, she said, "Momo, well done. You actually went to the hotel to make a date. Tell me you used WeChat. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person." Lin Momo said reproachfully. That's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that it was the iceberg female president of Lin's group who was complained about because she shouted too loudly last night? After saying that, Che Xiaoxiao giggled again. Che Xiaoxiao, if you say that again, I'll completely break off with you. Seeing that Lin Momo was on the verge of breaking down, Che Xiaoxiao said, Stop. Tell me, who is the fierce man next to you? Lin Momo said, Who else? It's Haodong. Last night, he celebrated my birthday, so we went to this hotel and got a room. I didn't know that. He looks gentle and thin, but he's so fierce. Che Xiaoxiao said, You know, several rich women have just asked me for the phone number of the man in your room. Do you think I should give it to them? Don't you dare. Lin Momo cried. Well, if you don't want to give it to me, then I won't. After all, we're best friends. Che Xiaoxiao said, but it's really rare to find a good-looking and useful man like Qin Haodong. When you're out of money, you can sell him to any rich woman at a good price. Chapter 285. Lin Momo laughed and said, I won't sell it. I'll keep it for myself. They talked and laughed for a while. Then Che Xiaoxiao said, Momo, congratulations. After so many years with me, I finally found a good man. Yes. Meeting him is the luckiest thing in my life. Lin Momo said again, What about you? Do you want to wait like this? Che Xiaoxiao said, What else can I do? Why don't you give Qin Haodong to me? Lin Momo said, You're talking nonsense again. I'm serious. I'm also serious. Come again later. I'll go to the door of the room and listen to see how loud it was that caused so many complaints. Che Xiaoxiao laughed and said, I didn't expect that our iceberg female president had such an unknown side. It's a pity that I can't appreciate it with my own eyes. You damn girl, if you dare to laugh at me again, I'll break up with you. Lin Momo hung up the phone angrily. But thinking of the conversation just now, her cheeks were still hot. Qin Haodong came out after taking a shower and asked, "Who were you talking to?" "Who else?" "Che Xiao Xiao, that damn girl." Lin Momo said coquettishly, "It's all your fault. Why did you use so much strength? I can't raise my head in front of her for the rest of my life." Qin Haodong was slightly stunned. He immediately understood what was going on and said with a smile, "Can you blame me? Why don't we try again and see if we can control the volume a little lower?" "You wish." Lin Momo said and threw the pillow in her hand at Qin Haodong. Then she got up and rushed into the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom again, she had put on her clothes again. Qin Haodong felt a little regretful when he saw the scenery. He was infinitely obsessed with being blocked by the long dress. Why hasn't the delivery arrived yet? Is it so slow? There's a lot of work to do in the afternoon. The company has just been established, and there's a meeting at 2 p.m. Lin Momo had slowly returned to work mode. It should be almost there. I'll call and urge them. Qin Haodong said and took out his mobile phone. But before he dialed the number, there was a knock at the door. "The delivery man is here." Qin Haodong put down his phone and went to open the door. Sure enough, a waiter in uniform came in with a dining cart. After entering the door, the waiter said politely, "Sir, miss, the food you ordered is here." Smelling the aroma of the food, Lin Momo suddenly felt hungrier. She said, "Leave the dining car here. You can go back first." The waiter said, "I'm sorry, miss. We don't have enough food in the dining car. We can leave the food for you, but we have to take the dining car back." "All right then." The waiter pushed the dining cart into the room. Last night was too crazy. Lin Momo felt her legs were sore after standing for a while, so she sat on the bed next to her. The moment her butt touched the bed, she couldn't help but recall what happened last night. Her face blushed, her heart raced, and her body heated up. The waiter walked in front of her. When Lin Momo was in a daze, a black muzzle suddenly appeared in front of her. What was going on? It was a killer. After finding the answer, a sense of death instantly rose from the bottom of Lin Momo's heart. There was no possibility of surviving being assassinated at such a close distance. Today was her birthday. She had just realized a dream. She had just thought that a happy life was about to begin. Was her life going to end? A ferocious look flashed across the waiter's face. He suddenly pulled the trigger with his index finger. Lin Momo also closed her eyes. Her heart was full of unwillingness. She couldn't bear to leave the man she loved and her lovely daughter. However, the expected gunshot and pain did not come. Instead, a scream sounded in the room. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that the waiter's hand holding the gun had fallen to the ground. The 1,000 blades in Qin Haodong's hand was dripping with blood. After cutting off the killer's hand, Qin Haodong raised his foot and kicked him in the lower abdomen. The killer flew out and hit the opposite wall with a bang. Lin Momo breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the danger had passed. However, she saw the curtain of the dining car lift. A thin killer stretched out a pistol from under the dining car and aimed at Qin Haodong. This was originally a killer combination. The killer disguised as a waiter was in the open, and the killer hiding in the dining car was in the dark. The former was only to attract the target's attention, while the latter was the fatal killer. "Go to hell!" The thin killer shouted and suddenly pressed the trigger in his hand. Then, he pointed the gun at Lin Momo. However, he was surprised to find that the shot that he thought would kill Lin Momo did not move. The pistol did not fire a bullet. The trigger seemed to be welded. There was no way to pull it at all. The killer was shocked. He quickly looked down and saw a silver needle inserted in the middle of the trigger. No wonder he could not pull it with all his strength. He quickly reached out to pull out the silver needle, but Qin Haodong would not give him this opportunity. The 1,000 blades in his hand turned into an electric light again and directly cut off the hand holding the gun. Although the killer was thin, he was extremely fierce. One of his hands was cut off, but he did not panic too much. He waved his other hand and pulled out a pistol from his waist. However, at such a close distance, the speed at which he pulled out the gun was far slower than the speed of the 1,000 blades. Soon, his hand also fell to the ground. The other killer got up from the ground. He took out a dagger from his waist and rushed to Lin Momo, who was stunned on the bed. It had to be said that the two killers' assassination methods were both in the open and in the dark. They cooperated very well. However, in Qin Haodong's eyes, they were just clowns. He would not give them the slightest chance. Before the killer could reach Lin Momo, he had been sent flying again. Then, he lay on the ground and vomited blood. Qin Haodong wiped the blood on the killer's body and put it away. He turned back and said to Lin Momo, "Did I scare you?" Lin Momo suddenly threw herself into his arms. "I was scared. I really thought I couldn't be with you. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you as long as I'm here." Qin Haodong kissed her pale cheek. "Sit for a while. We'll talk after I deal with these two guys." Lin Momo nodded and sat back on the bed. Qin Haodong came to the small killer. This guy was indeed a fierce character. Both of his hands were cut off. Although blood was flowing, he still endured it without making a sound. "Tell me, who sent you?" Qin Haodong asked. The small killer snorted. "I won't betray my employer. Kill me if you can." Qin Haodong was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. He directly used mind manipulating. "Tell me, who is your employer?" After a flash of confusion in the small killer's eyes, he said, "I don't know. We just saw the task posted on the deep web and took it." The deep web. Qin Haodong was no stranger to this term. Lin Pingchao had hired killers to assassinate Lin Momo through this website. When was the task posted on the deep web? What's the content? He asked again. The deep web offered a reward of 5 million yuan for your life and another 5 million yuan for Lin Momo's life. The task was posted at 10 o'clock last night. Qin Haodong asked a few more questions, but the two killers really didn't know much. He kicked them unconscious and asked Lin Momo to call Che Xiaoxiao to deal with it. After Lin Momo hung up the phone, she held Qin Haodong's arm tightly and said, "Haodong, thanks to you today. How did you know that person was a killer?" In fact, it's very simple. The eyes of a killer are completely different from the eyes of a waiter. A waiter is very familiar with the situation in the room, so he won't look around after coming in. But a killer is completely different. Out of professional habits, the first thing they do after entering the room is to familiarize themselves with the environment. Lin Momo nodded. What Qin Haodong said was very reasonable, but ordinary people couldn't find this subtle difference. Qin Haodong continued, "In addition, my wife is so beautiful," but the waiter immediately looked away after a glance, which is very unusual. "I'm sure he must have seen your photo before. Otherwise, he couldn't be so calm in front of a super beauty like you. You're so annoying. You're still joking at this time." Lin Momo said this, but it was obvious that she was very happy with Qin Haodong's praise. "What about the one hidden in the dining car? How did you find it?" "That's also very simple. Although the guy is thin and small, he is at least 70 or 80 kilograms. A dining car carrying such a heavy thing must feel different when it is pushed, so I guess that there must be something wrong with it." Lin Momo looked at the man who was talking with confidence, her eyes full of worship and love. "Then tell me, who hired these two killers?" "It's not very easy to say. Judging from the time and the motive, it should have something to do with Wilson's company. But this is just a guess, and there is no definite evidence. There may be others who fish in troubled waters. Anyway, from now on, we have to be highly vigilant. As long as the task on the deep web is not withdrawn, there will definitely be other killers. Qin Haodong was not worried about himself, but he was worried about Lin Momo's safety. As the two of them were talking, the door opened and Che Xiaoxiao rushed in with a dozen security guards. Seeing the two killers on the ground and the blood all over the ground, Che Xiaoxiao was shocked and quickly asked, "Momo, are you all right?" Lin Momo let go of Qin Haodong's arm and said, "I'm fine." Che Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the two killers and asked, "What's wrong with these two people? Are they dead?" Qin Haodong said, "Not yet, but I'm not sure about it later. Let the police deal with it." Che Xiaoxiao said, "I've already called the police." The police and the hotel security guards were very efficient. Soon the security guards dragged the unconscious waiter out of the sundry room. At this time, the police also arrived at the scene. After understanding the situation, the police copied the hotel video and took away the two injured killers. When everything was done, Che Xiaoxiao took Lin Momo's hand and said, "Momo, how could this happen? How could you provoke the killers? You must be more careful in the future. These people are all desperados." Lin Momo said, "It doesn't matter. I'll be fine with Haodong's protection." Che Xiaoxiao looked back at Qin Haodong and said, "I didn't know that you were really a fierce man. You are fierce in all aspects." "All aspects? What do you mean?" Qin Haodong was a little confused. "Stop pretending. Last night, you and Momo were so fierce that the guests in several rooms said they couldn't sleep well. They came to me to complain about you. You bitch, you're talking nonsense again." Before Che Xiaoxiao could finish her words, Lin Momo directly covered her mouth, and then pulled Qin Haodong out of the hotel as if they were escaping. Che Xiaoxiao shouted behind them, "Momo, your walking posture is so ugly." Lin Momo's feet softened and she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 286. When Qin Haodong and Lin Momo walked out of the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel, they met the divine mercenaries. Qin Haodong called Saber and asked him to come to support them as soon as he learned that there would be more assassins on the deep web with a bounty on their heads. After all, he could only protect Lin Momo by himself. He could not do anything else. "Boss, what's wrong?" Saber asked. "Someone put a bounty of 10 million yuan on the deep web to kill me and Momo. The first group of killers has just come. I guess there must be more. You must be alert." "The dark web?" A look of surprise flashed across Sword's face. He cursed, "Who the f***ck did this?" Qin Haodong said, "We'll go back and investigate it. Now let's go back to Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company." "Don't worry, boss. We're here. We don't care about a few small fries." After Saber said that, the divine mercenaries immediately showed their professionalism and escorted Qin Haodong and Lin Momo to the parking lot. The parking lot of the dreamy Jiangnan Hotel was very large. The two SUVs that Saber drove were parked next to the Lamborghini Centenario. Qin Haodong slowly approached the car, and then a great sense of crisis rose in his heart. The closer he got to the car, the stronger the sense of crisis became. Qin Haodong pulled Lin Momo and stopped. It seemed that his car had been tampered with. "What's wrong, boss?" Saber looked around vigilantly and then asked. "My car should have been tampered with. You go and have a look. Be careful. I guess it's likely to be a bomb." His spirit was extremely sensitive. Only a master above the supreme power or a bomb could give him such a great sense of crisis. In comparison, the latter was more likely. "Got it, boss." Although they were still more than 10 meters away from the Lamborghini Centenario, Saber did not doubt Qin Haodong's words at all. He immediately approached his off-road vehicle slowly with the sharp sword and the iron spear, while the others looked around vigilantly. As one of the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, they had rich experience in dealing with this kind of situation. They did not rush to check the Lamborghini Centenario. Instead, they took a set of equipment from the SUV. Iron Spear first opened a small box the size of a lunchbox. Soon, the red display light on it flashed continuously. This was a high-frequency signal interference. After opening it, it would continuously release interference signals to the surroundings, which could effectively prevent the killer from suddenly detonating the bomb in the car. After that, he took out a palm-sized detector. A radar-like icon flashed on the screen, constantly scanning the surroundings. As long as someone tried to use the remote control to control the bomb in the car, it would immediately detect the exact location. After everything was done, Spear gestured to Saber and Sword, and the two of them began to slowly approach the Lamborghini. When they came to the car, they first checked the anti-theft system of the Lamborghini Centenario. It was not damaged, which meant that the bomb was not installed in the car. Next, the two of them began to search from both sides of the car. Soon, they found 3 soap-sized C4 explosives beside the exhaust pipe of the chassis, under the engine, and under the fuel tank. Although this thing didn't look big, its explosive power was amazing. A few days ago, Hu Xiaoxian had installed this thing in Yagyu Hirai's broken limb, which had directly disabled 5 or 6 senior ninjas in Neon. "Boss, you're really amazing. This is what we found." Saber gave the 3 explosives to Qin Haodong, admiring his boss in his heart. Before Qin Haodong got close to the Lamborghini, he knew that it had been tampered with. He had never heard of such a powerful perception before. Qin Haodong nodded. His sense of crisis had been eliminated. It seemed that there were no other explosives in the car. He looked at the C4 explosives in his hand. They looked like black plasticine, but once they exploded, the power was absolutely great. If he and Lin Momo got in the car, they would definitely be sent to heaven. At that moment, Spear, who had been observing the detector, suddenly shouted, 10:00, someone is using the remote control. The divine mercenaries had been working together for many years, so they had a tacit understanding. When he shouted, Whip and Halberd had already rushed over. In the corner of the parking lot, an old cleaner was cleaning the ground. There was no one else but him. Whip and Halberd sandwiched the cleaner in the middle. Halberd stretched out his hand and said, "Stop pretending and hand over the remote control." Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, the killer disguised as a cleaner smashed the garbage bag in his hand at Halberd. Then, he took out a dark pistol from his arms and turned around to point at Qin Haodong. At this time, this guy still did not forget the assassination task, which was a model in the industry. But he was facing Long Whip and Silver Halberd of the Divine Mercenaries. How could he have a chance to make a move? Before he pulled the trigger, Long Whip had swept up the pistol and directly fell into Long Whip's hand. "You're courting death," Halberd shouted angrily. He grabbed the killer's arm and twisted it into 2 pieces. These killers' biggest reliance was to conceal their identity, hide themselves in the dark, and then seek to kill with one blow. Once their identity was exposed, they had lost their biggest reliance. In terms of skills, how could they be a match for the Divine Mercenaries? Soon, the killer was thrown in front of Qin Haodong. Saber quickly took out a black remote control from his pocket and turned around to give it to Qin Haodong. Qin Haodong picked up the remote control and looked at it. There were 3 buttons on it, which corresponded to the 3 explosives in his hand. He put it in his pocket and then looked at the killer in front of him. At this time, the killer's disguise had been removed. He looked about 30 years old and ordinary. If he was thrown into the crowd, he would not cause any disturbance. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Qin Haodong directly used mind manipulating. The result was as expected. This guy didn't know much. He just saw the reward on the dark web and then came to assassinate. He didn't expect that his carefully planned killing method was easily seen through. Compared with the previous small killer, this guy was obviously not so tough. He knelt in front of Qin Haodong and begged, "Please let me go. I have old people and children in my family. I have to do this." Qin Haodong looked at him coldly. He had been assassinated twice in a row, and his heart was full of anger. "You have old people and children in your family?" Yes, I have a 70-year-old mother and a child in school." The killer seemed to see the hope of survival and said hurriedly. "That is to say, if I let you go, you will kill others to support your family. Don't you think that others also have old people and children when you kill people?" Qin Haodong would not be polite to such a person. He raised his hand and twisted the killer's neck. Spear disposed of the killer's body, and 3 cars left the dreamy Jiangnan hotel. Qin Haodong's Lamborghini was in front, and the 2 SUVs followed. After experiencing the incident just now, everyone's nerves were stretched taut. No one knew when another killer would jump out. Originally, Saber wanted to open the way in front, but Qin Haodong refused. He called the divine mercenaries to help him deal with the aftermath. The car drove forward quickly. At first, everything was very calm, but then Qin Haodong slowly had a bad feeling in his heart. "Momo, fasten your seatbelt. Something may happen." "Got it." Lin Momo answered and immediately became nervous. They were driving on a one-way 2-lane road. Soon after Qin Haodong finished speaking, a huge van suddenly drove up to them. No one knew how the car got up, but it was fast and fierce. It was obvious that it was coming for Qin Haodong. The big truck was in the middle. After it occupied the center of the one-way 2-lane road, there was not enough space on both sides for a car. In this case, it was too late for the Lamborghini to turn around, and it could only be crushed under the wheels of the big truck. The killer driving the big truck seemed to have calculated this. There was a grim smile on his face. He really could not think of a possibility for the 2 people in the car to survive in this situation. He seemed to have seen 10 million yuan waving at him. Seeing the situation in front of them, Saber and the others also became nervous, but they were too far away to help. What made them feel strange was that Qin Haodong's Lamborghini did not slow down at all. Instead, it sped up and rushed toward the big truck. When the 2 cars were about to collide, the Lamborghini suddenly swung aside, and then the whole body of the car stood up. It was like a stunt performance and drove close to the big truck. If this scene was filmed, it would definitely make the world's top driving masters feel ashamed. Just now, Qin Haodong's grasp of the performance of the car had reached the peak of the realm. If the angle of the Lamborghini was a little smaller, it would collide with the big truck. If it was a little larger, it would easily cause the car to roll over. At the same time, the speed of the car was also very high. If it was a little slower, when the big truck driver reacted and swung his tail, the Lamborghini would still be unable to escape the fate of the car and the people. Everything seemed to have been accurately calculated by a computer, and every detail was just right. The Lamborghini quickly drove past the big truck, and at the same time, a black plasticine-like object flew out and stuck to the carriage of the big truck with a snap. Lin Momo closed her eyes tightly and held Qin Haodong's arm with both hands. At that moment, she really thought that the 2 of them were going to that world together. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Qin Haodong patted Lin Momo's hand and slowed down the speed at the same time. He reached into his pocket and took out a black remote control. The killer was driving the big truck unscrupulously. He originally thought that Qin Haodong would die, but he did not expect that the Lamborghini suddenly disappeared magically. Before he could come to his senses, there was a loud bang behind him. The big truck seemed to have been hit by a cannonball and turned over into a ditch on the side of the road. Then the flames rose and turned into a huge fireball. The poor killer had not finished his dream of making a fortune, but he had been burned into coke. This thing is really useful. Seeing the big truck that had been swallowed by the flames from the rearview mirror, Qin Haodong sneered without the slightest pity in his eyes. Since he had chosen to be a killer, he must be prepared to be killed. He put the remote control and the remaining 2 C4 bombs into the storage ring, and the Lamborghini continued to speed forward without stopping. Lin Momo was so scared that her face turned pale. All of this was like a movie in M country, but it was much more real than the movie. If Qin Haodong had not reacted fast enough and driven well, they would have become meat pies now. If they had not found the bomb under the car in time, they would have been burned into a fireball at this time. Chapter 287. After solving 2 deadly traps in succession, Qin Haodong and Lin Momo finally returned to Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company safely. The company's conference room was very lively. There were 30 or 40 people sitting under the rostrum. These people were either elites from Lin's group or special talents recruited from society. They would all be the backbone of Tangmen Traditional Chinese Medicine Company in the future. Today was the first formal meeting after the company acquired the Traditional Chinese Medicine Factory. Everyone came to the conference room early, but Lin Momo, who was always strict about time, was late. It was already 2 p.m., but the president had not arrived yet. At this time, the door of the conference room opened and Lin Momo walked in. When everyone saw this beautiful female CEO, they felt that she was a little different from usual, but they couldn't tell what was different. The only obvious difference was that she didn't walk as fast as usual, and her posture looked a little awkward. People who were familiar with Lin Momo noticed this, but no one knew why. Lin Momo sat on the rostrum, picked up the microphone and said, "Due to some special reasons, I'm a little late. Let's start the meeting now." Since it was a business meeting today, and Qin Haodong was not good at it, he didn't attend. At this time, he was gathered with Saber and others in a small conference room next to him. "Do you know anything about the dark web? What the hell is it?" Qin Haodong was very upset. Although his cultivation was close to the supreme power realm, it was really not a good feeling to be entangled by killers all the time, especially when they could threaten the people around him at any time. As one of the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, Saber and others were very familiar with the dark web. They had received many tasks from this place. Sword took a laptop and skillfully entered a series of URLs. Soon, a dark web page appeared on the screen. "Boss, this is the dark web. People in the underground world often do some transactions on this website, so it is called the dark web." Qin Haodong glanced at the web page. The style was very simple. He opened the column of the task reward, and his and Lin Momo's names were marked on it. The reward was 5 million yuan per person, and there were some simple introductions and photos about them. This was the reason why there were so many killers looking for trouble. He asked, "Is there any way to cancel this task?" Saber shook his head and said, "The boss behind the dark web is very mysterious. No one knows who he is for so many years, and no one can get in touch with him. There are only 2 ways to cancel a task. The first is to cancel the task himself, and the second is to cancel the task when the task has been completed. I have never heard of anyone canceling the task in other ways. Damn it." Qin Haodong cursed and asked again, "Is there any way to find the person who posted the task?" Spear said, "No, unless it's the boss of the deep web, others can only retrieve information and can't inquire about it at all." Sword then said, "It's useless even if you can check it. I've used the dark web before. When you post a mission, you only need to state your purpose and pay the commission to the website. No other contact information is required. If the task is completed, the website will take 20% of commission. The task completion website will. The website mission. The haired Momo and the account. If the mission is not completed, the website will not charge any fees, and all funds will be returned directly to the account of the publisher." Qin Haodong asked, "That is to say, the person who issued the task to assassinate me and Momo has paid 10 million yuan to the website?" Saber said, "It has to be like this. If the reward money is not paid to the website the mission will not be released. Qin Haodong became interested in the website and asked, but if such a large sum of money is paid to the website casually, what if the website embezzles it? I can't even find him. Saber said, that's impossible. The deep web has a very good reputation. It has been established for more than 20 years, and there has never been any negative news. Not to mention embezzling a client's security bonus. Sword said, the total amount of tasks posted on the dark web every year can reach hundreds of billions. The dark web makes a lot of money from the commission alone. It's impossible for them to ruin their own business. Not to mention a deposit of 10 million, even a deposit of 1 billion has appeared before. I see. Qin Haodong thought for a moment and asked, there's one more thing I don't understand. Since so many killers have accepted this task and they all come to assassinate me, how can we be sure who will kill me? Who will receive the reward money? Saber said, that's the strength of the deep web. They can get accurate information after every task is posted. So far, there has been no mistake. Spear said, that's easy to understand. The deep web has two main businesses. One is to post tasks to earn commission, and the other is to sell intelligence. The deep web has a huge intelligence acquisition system all over the world. In theory, as long as you pay a high enough price, you can buy any information here. Qin Haodong thought of something and said, what if I buy the information of the person who posted the information? Saber said, no. The deep web has principles for selling intelligence. The first thing is to protect the client's information. Otherwise, no one will do business with them. After asking a few questions, Qin Haodong had a good understanding of the deep web. At the same time, he was amazed by the power of this underground organization. However, the problem was not solved yet. If he didn't withdraw the assassination task on the deep web, he would still face all kinds of killers. After thinking about it, he dialed Chi Weiner's number. Have you heard of the deep web? Chi Weiner said, yes, I've been there several times. Qin Haodong said, is there any way to contact the boss behind the deep web? Chi Weiner said, no. It said that only God can find the boss behind the deep web. I'm just a hacker, not God. Is there any way to hack into their website and cancel the assassination task? What? Someone posted a task on the deep web to assassinate you? Chi Weiner was shocked and then asked with concern, how are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. It's just that these killers are like flies. They're so annoying. We'd better find a way to cancel the task. That's impossible. I can only paralyze the deep web for a few minutes with my best efforts. Their website looks simple, but in fact, it's very powerful. It's impossible to modify the task. Since this method didn't work, Qin Haodong had to hang up the phone helplessly. In the conference room, Lin Momo carried out the agenda of the meeting one by one and released the tasks one by one. Halfway through the meeting, a waitress went to the rostrum to pour water for Lin Momo. The waitress was a staff member of the previous pharmaceutical factory. She was still wearing her previous work uniform. When she handed the glass to Lin Momo, a shiny dagger suddenly slipped out of her sleeve and stabbed Lin Momo's throat. The people in the audience were staring at Lin Momo and listening to her assigning tasks. Seeing this scene, they were so nervous that their mouths were wide open. Lu Yage was on the right side of Lin Momo. She could see everything in front of her clearly. She grabbed the glass in front of her and smashed it at the waitress's face. Unfortunately, it was all too late. At this time, the dagger was already in front of Lin Momo. Just when everyone thought that this beautiful female CEO was going to die, a jade hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the female assassin's wrist like a pair of iron pincers. Although the female assassin used all her strength, the dagger in her hand could not move even an inch forward. It was Yao Qianshan who did it. Between her and Qin Haodong, one of them would always appear next to Lin Momo. After grabbing the wrist of the female killer, Yao Qianshan raised her hand and chopped the female killer to the ground. Qin Haodong heard the noise and rushed over. He immediately asked someone to drag the female killer out. Then, he carried out a comprehensive investigation in the factory to prevent any more accidents. In less than half a day, he had encountered 4 assassinations in a row, which made Qin Haodong extremely angry, but he had no way to vent his anger. Even if he killed all these killers, it would not affect the subsequent killers. As long as the task was still on the deep web, there would be killers who were not afraid of death coming to him. At this time, his cell phone rang, and the screen showed a strange number. He pressed the answer button and heard a voice saying in Wuxia language, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm glad that you are still alive to answer my call." Qin Haodong immediately realized that this was the person behind the task on the deep web. He made a gesture to Saber, who immediately understood and immediately contacted Qi Wan to locate the person's phone number. "You posted the task on the deep web, didn't you? What do you want to do?" "Mr. Qin, you really surprised me. You even know about the deep web." The person said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm James, the boss of Wilson Pharmaceutical Company. It's nice to meet such an excellent doctor like you. You can even conquer leukemia. Are you interested in joining my company? I can give you more money than you can spend in a lifetime." Qin Haodong said coldly, "I don't need money. And I'm warning you to remove the task on the deep web as soon as possible, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" James laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You're just a little doctor. What right do you have to talk to me like this? Do you know how powerful Wilson Company is? It's beyond your imagination. You only have 2 choices in front of you. First, come to M country to work for me. I can guarantee that you will have more money than you can spend in a lifetime. Second, sell me the formula for leukemia. I can also give you a lot of money." Qin Haodong sneered and said, "What if I don't choose either?" "I believe you'll choose one. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for killers from all over the world to play games with you. It's very interesting to think about it." James laughed again. "You can call me when you've thought it through. Remember to hurry up, or you may lose your life. Those killers are very efficient." After that, he hung up the phone. Qin Haodong's mood was much better after talking on the phone. As long as he knew who the other party was, things would be easier. At least he had a direction. At this time, Qi Weiner called again. "I've already monitored it. The phone is from M country. It's the private number of James, the boss of Wilson Company. Can you locate his specific location?" Qin Haodong was full of killing intent as he spoke. He had never been a passive person. Now that he knew who the other party was, the best way was to go to M country and force James to remove the task on the deep web. Then, he could kill him. Qi Weiner seemed to see through his mind and said, "Do you want to go to M country? I advise you to cancel this plan." "Why?" Qin Haodong asked in confusion. "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.